Thanks for joining us for another episode of the GhanaWeb Mundial, beginning our official coverage for the 2022 FIFA World Cup, proudly brought to you by Kempon Travel and Tours, the official traveling agency of the 2022 FIFA World Cup, approved by the Ministry of Sports. Today, we'll be discussing supporters and then songs. You know, with days to the start of the competition in Qatar, Akwabwa and then Kweku Flake, they've released their songs to convey support for the Black Stars. In the past, we've heard ones from Grace Ashi, Obo, and Metro TV also produced one. This and many others is what we'll be discussing on this episode of the GhanaWeb Mundial. My name is Jollof, and we'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we start the discussion on the need for governments to send supporters to Qatar. What do you think about this proposal? We'll be back after the break. Welcome back from the break. You're still GhanaWeb Mundial right here on GhanaWeb TV, proudly brought to you by Kempon Travel and Tours, the official traveling agency for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. Today we are talking about fans and the role they play in making sure that the Black Stars achieve their intended target of getting to the semi-finals. So join me do the discussion. Our regular guest, GhanaWeb Sports editor, Perez Ezwakwa, and then Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, head of entertainment desk and then host of E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here.
Good morning, Joe. Thanks for having us.
Abrante, will you be going to Qatar? I only come for it.
Why is Perez laughing? I'm not going to Qatar.
You won't be going to Qatar.
But if I get a sponsor, why not? I'll be glad to go because I think it's a nice place, and almost everyone would want to be part of this World Cup. Of course, it's not the first time Ghana is qualifying, but if you have a place where one of the stadiums looks like, you know, you may want to go and then watch and see how the whole atmosphere is, you know, when you are at the venue is different from when you are watching on TV. And so if anyone wants to sponsor me, why not? I would want to go and then have that experience. It will be my first time going for a soccer tournament, actually.
Then let me begin with you, Perez. There's been a lot of conversations about supporters and all that. We know that FIFA, they put supporters at the top of everything they do. And then we felt the importance of supporters during the COVID when teams were playing behind closed doors. How important it is for us to get fans in Qatar?
So in football, we normally refer to the supporters as the 12th man. Yeah. So the 11 players on the field and the supporters are the 12th man. It means that if a club is going to win, if a nation is going to win a tournament, you need the supporters behind the football club, and they play such an integral role. You made mention of, you know, the EPL and the impact of the COVID. According to the Times, the UK Times, the goals in the Premier League reduced by home goals in the Premier League reduced by 37% during the COVID season, and that they think was due to the absence of fans. Because see, once you're on the pitch, the fans, the ginger, they push you on. Let me give you an example of an Arsenal in our game against Liverpool. Ahead of the game, what Mikel Arteta did was to create an atmosphere like Anfield, so that because Anfield arguably is the most intimidating stadium in the world, and when you have players going there and they are not used to that kind of atmosphere, they normally, you know, get frightened and it gets to them. Another example I'll give is how Liverpool came back in that Istanbul miracle. Now, if you listen to the story, during the second half, the first half break, they were in the dressing room, the coach was talking. All of a sudden, they started hearing that you never walk alone. In the dressing room, the supporters were chanting. This is a team that was 3 goals down in the final game against AC Milan, in the final game of the UEFA Champions League. And the fans were chanting. They were on top of their voice. They were everywhere. They were even louder than the AC Milan fans. The Benitez stopped talking to them. He just said, you've heard your supporters. You know what they want. Go out there and give it to them. Now, another example is, I think we spoke to one man supporter last week, and he said in his first ever Ghanaian tournament, he was just in the stands as the lone Ghanaian, but he was even louder than I think the host nation. Was it Costa Rica or the host nation? To the extent that whenever the Ghanaians looked up to the stand, the only person they could see was him, and they always looked up to whenever things were
not going their way.
They looked at him to the extent that even the sponsors of the event had to approach him and say, okay, we have this offer. This is one man. That's the difference he could make. So the role of supporters in football cannot be over. There are teams, there are places where you go and you know you're going to lose because of their supporters. In football, you can ride on luck, you can ride on players' form, you can ride on, you know, the competence or the skills of players. But one integral role that we can't deny is the fact that fans play a huge role, and especially for the Black Stars. When you listen to the Black Stars and Asamoah, one of the guys talk about their performance in the 2006 World Cup after that defeat against Italy. It was down to the Ghanaians in Germany, and they always pay huge credit to them because they feel like, but for the loudness or but for the support of Ghanaians in Germany in that tournament, they wouldn't have been able to do what they did. So you can't underestimate the importance of supporters in football.
Arante, Bring Back the Love was dead after the AFCON because of our embarrassing performance. But we saw that the game against Nigeria brought a different vibe that we thought played a key role in our qualification. Now it seems that vibe is down. You are not less than a month to the World Cup, and then you are not seeing signs that even the Black Stars will qualify. How important will it be for authorities to make sure that Ghanaians are behind them? Just as Perez said, in 2006, we did what we did because of the Ghanaians in Germany, even both home and abroad. How we supported, how we jubilated when the team win. How critical will it be for us to get the same vibe?
So, Ghana and Nigeria, the competition in every sector is very tough. If you look at even the music industry, and sometimes people, when they make comments about how the Nigerian movie industry or music industry is booming, some Ghanaian pundits would not want that reference because they think that that conversation has been exhausted and we need to elevate the conversation more. So why not look at other jurisdictions instead of focusing on Nigeria? And so you notice that when Ghana was about to play Nigeria, even though people were not rallying behind the Black Stars, because it's Nigeria, it became a different ball game, you know, because these are people that we are competing with in every aspect.
Everything we do.
And so they rallied behind the team, supported them for, you know, the victory that we wanted. And so the love has actually lessened due to a number of factors. So the performance of the Black Stars compared to previous years has not been the best. You know, when people say Black Stars is the African Brazil, how do they say the Brazil of African soccer? Yeah. You see that we actually dominate the game and then we win. But now it's like we struggle before we win. So even when we win, the performance is not impressive. The ball possession and all of that. And so you don't get people supporting us. And then the comments that is being made by some of the players and then the authorities and then the people in charge, their inability to take firm decisions, it makes people draw away from the team. And so if we want to bring back the love, and I was happy when the GFA, what's his name? Okreku, when he came, the bring back the love was what he wanted to achieve. And at a point you notice that it was going well until one or two issues.
It's like it goes.
Yes, you know. So everybody was doing what they in their own capacity, what to do to improve the performance and bring back the love. But the comments and then the performance, you don't see an improvement. And so people become relaxed. At the end of the day, if I'm still supporting Attire and everybody, so why should I even do that? So if we want to have a change in the narrative, we need to tackle all of these. We understand that, yes, the players, they play their heart out. I mean, you can argue in favor or against it. But I am sure that whoever is on the pitch, when they win, it's not only the excitement, but they get winning bonus. And so there is no so to speak, better supporter than the players, unless of course there is a motive that we are not privy to. But of course every player in there would want to have that exposure for the fact that to be part of the winning team, get their winning bonus, and they also play outside. If there are people who scout for players, or they want to move from wherever they are to another team with their performance, they will be able to get whatever deal that they want, you know, arguably. So we need to tackle all these things in order to bring back the love. It is very, very essential, because it is the time that we are going for a World Cup, and whether you like it or not, this is big for tourism. You understand? People got to know about Ghana because of what Asamoah Gyan did, because of Ghana's performance when we went to the World Cup. You know, before that, someone had passed the comment. I think when Cameroon went to the World Cup, someone passed the comment that wait till you get Ghana comes to the World Cup. Around that time, so you registered the name in the minds of the people. Ghana goes, and indeed we performed. Then people would want to come and see how Ghana looks like, and at the end of the day, you see, so it's very, very essential. We will get so many opportunities when we are able to excel. It is the reason we need to put in place proper structures and proper plans in order to get the people back to support the team. Because if you notice I always say that I don't really follow the teams, you know, but when they come together to play as Black Stars, I watch it, and then I am able to see one or two things. The performance that we have put across, the Four Nation tournament that we did in Japan, and Charlie, the performance has not been good. So we need something to change our minds, to change the way we think about the Black Stars. And I was happy when you had the discussion on the 55-man squad and all that. You see, the confidence, or whatever it is that is lost, we will gain it or regain when the squad comes out and everybody sees that, yes, this is, we can't have a perfect team, but you notice that at least some 90% video is okay. Then that one, you get people to support, and then we get all, I mean, we need to get our old players, the celebrities and everybody involved in order to, you know, help in changing the mindset that people have about the Black Stars. Okay, a quick one before I take what one man supporter said. But Perez, Abraham mentioned that we need to bring people on board. Now, we've seen that the GFA, they've visited President Akufo-Addo, all the two former presidents who are still alive, that's Kofo and Mahama. Over the weekend, they did Legends Dinner, work for the Legends. They are talking to every person who matter to make sure that the Black Stars get the needed support. Is that the only way to go, or there are other things that we need to include the ordinary man on the street to also see that 2014 it was bad, but this time around we can do something? You know, Abraham made mention of two things, and I feel that if we are going to get supporters or people to follow the Black Stars, we need both the two things. The first one is the performance. You can do all the things you do. If you go and play trash football, nobody will support you. And especially for a team that has consistently disappointed Ghanaians. 2008, 2010, semis, AFCON semis, we go, we don't do it, we come back home. Then we spend a huge chunk of money. Then worst of it all was 2014, where the Black Stars players removed the veil that previously protected them from the public backlash. We've always had the perception that the country was wasting money on the Black Stars. But the Ghanaians were not that angry, because we thought, okay, it was the big men who were doing it. But for the players, they were playing for the country and they loved the country. It was patriotism. Once they decided to go for the money, that picture of John Boy kissing money, that video of the airplane carrying the money, all those things, whenever the Black Stars are mentioned, that memory comes back into the, and that angers Ghanaians. It makes Ghanaians angry. Worst of it all, we've seen a drop, a massive drop in quality. When you look at this current team, compared to the teams of Mike Layson and those guys, you can't compare the two. The performance has been terrible, coaching has been well, so there is absolutely, aside the fact that we are Ghanaians,
there's absolutely no reason for us to support the Black Stars, basically. The only thing that will push me to support the Black Stars is because I was born here. Now, if I'm going to support you and you the player that I feel I have to give my love to, you're showing preference for money over patriotism, then let me sit back and watch what they need to do. And I think the FA, they've taken some good steps. But what we need to do now is that the off-the-field actions must reflect on the field. The better the performance, the stronger the support will be, because now it has become more like, if we are paying you to play for us,
you should win the games.
You win the games. Once you win the game, then I give you my support. But if you don't win the games, there is no way. So whenever you're watching the Black, Ghanaians say, "Oh, we don't like the Black Stars." But the moment we win,
we start winning,
then you see. So now it's more of, it's gone from, should I say,
we want to see the results.
Of course, that's all. We've gone from a holistic or a Ghanaian-driven kind of sport to a more conditional one, where you give me support, I support you, because you're playing for money. I want the excitement. If you don't give me the excitement, I won't come. So what the FA needs to do, and Abraham mentioned the first one, give us a squad that inspires confidence. Don't give us a squad that I look at and so, wait there, he's in because
he knows this person or this person is bigger him.
If I see that squad, and 90% of that squad, like Abraham said, are players that I know they might not match up to the quality of Uruguay, South Korea, or Portugal. But these are the best we have. I'll have confidence, I'll fast, I'll pray, I'll support the team because I know we've tried. But if you give me a squad, bereft of some, then you give me a squad with some players whose name I don't want to mention. We don't go do that thing.
Alright, we won't do that thing. This is GhanaWeb Mundial. But on the question whether government should airlift supporters to Qatar or not, don't forget that former sports minister Elvis Efriye Ankra advised this government that they shouldn't airlift supporters to Qatar. But if we want to have a conversation about supporters, there is only one man we can go to. He was given the name One Man Supporter by Sir Stanley Matthew in the 1990s. One Man Supporter spoke to Perez Ezwakwao on GhanaWeb Sports Check Show on why we need to have fans in Qatar.
What's team performance now? Uruguay, South Korea, Portugal. What's a bit more qualified to the next stage?
Well, me problem is say, you the supporters, you know. You mobilize who say abandon no. They are ready to give the best out of us because the integral part of the team, you know, to win a match, you know, depend on the three categories: playing body, technical team, and the supporters. So if these three things, you know, work very well, we have to have a successful match. With the future media, whoever is in charge of this 2022 is there. Some kofa chrome for fans ever come one only Ghana for they deserve to go, but don't treatment is different. And to group them different place. Now group young supporters in different place. With all millions of dollars, give it to them. Only your party people.
That was One Man Supporter, president of the Ghana Supporters Union and then vice president in Africa, explaining why government need to sponsor fans to go to Qatar and then cheer the team up so that we can get to the semi-finals. I'll ask Abraham and Perez on whether they think that is the way to go in our current state as a country. But let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue the discussions. Welcome back from the break. This is GhanaWeb Mundial official coverage for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. When the tournament starts, we'll switch to Match Day Live, where we're bringing you live commentaries and all that. Perez, you had One Man Supporter explaining why we need to airlift Ghana supporters from here to Qatar, because these people who are here in Ghana, they go with the team everywhere. Whether the team is going to Benin, whether they are going to Tamale, everywhere the team goes, they follow. So if they are going to Qatar, you cannot say that we should let go and support the team. We don't need fans who just go and sit there, and then we need those who be the 12th man we need.
You know, it's a delicate issue because we find ourselves in an economic situation where the president of all people has admitted that we are in a crisis. Yesterday, Osisi can't pay the day, so we can't talk about it a lot, but he's admitted that country broke.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to airlift supporters to Qatar, you're going to spend, in the millions of dollars to match tickets, their movements in and out, the plane, everything. It's quite costly. But the Black Stars and the ministry have always found a way of doing this. And the Jamefe Commission spells it out clearly that you don't really have to use public funds to do it. What you have to do is to rely on, corporate institutions and organizations to airlift this up, and in turn give them some tax rebates on some platform to advertise and grow their product. So if you've followed the conversation about this World Cup carefully, and I think one of the former the GF Executive Council members, he says they are already in talks with corporate institutions, yes, trying to get them to airlift supporters to Qatar, because they feel that we will need their funds. If you want to excel at the World Cup, you have to spend. It's basic. In 2014, Germany set up a whole village or a whole game village in Brazil. That was way more than the amount they got for winning. But what they did, they did that because they knew the importance of football. They knew what the avenues that it was going to create for them. So if you want to excel at the World Cup, if you want to achieve glory, we have to spend. Now, as long as we don't go into the public conference, I think it might be almost empty, basically, because Akufo-Addo say money no day. So, of course, money no day. So, if we are going to get help from corporate institutions, the telecommunication, it's the Black Stars, for God's sake.
The mining companies.
We are top 5 in terms of the World Cup. We are one of the 5 African countries making it to the World Cup. That should count for something. That should be able to turn some heads in the boardrooms, in the negotiations tables of some of the major companies. And I think the GFA and the ministry should be able to come together, gather enough funds, and if they deem it fit and think that it's financially, it makes sense, when you cross the T's and dot the I's, 1+1, 2+2, it makes financial sense for us to airlift supporters to Qatar. We should do it. What I don't want to see happening is what happened in Brazil 2014.
I want to add to what Perez said. When in the beginning of the discussion, he explained the essence of fans or supporters in football. That's very, very essential. The players get the connection with the fans, and then you are able to, based on how the fans respond, you know that this is a positive,
when you are down.
Yes, this is a positive feedback, and so we need to actually do something about it. It is the reason we need fans in the stadium. I agree with everything that he has said. I think one thing that we can also do, apart from what he has said, or in addition to what he has said, is to ensure that the people who are already in Qatar, I believe that there are Ghanaians there. We should find a way to add them to those that we are going to move from here, so that they can also support, even if we need to get the tickets for them at subsidized cost. We should do that, so that together with those that will move from here, we will be able to support the team. Because yes, the money there, but once we have decided that we want to go and participate in the World Cup, we need to go and represent, and make a mark. Because at the end of the day, if we are able to get to, I don't know where the money thing begins.
From the group stage.
From the group stage.
Okay. Right from the day you qualify,
so
you get 2 million.
if we are able to advance to the semi-finals, the quarter-finals, I'm sure there are monies that we would get. So yes, we need to do all these things. Try both ways to get the fans there to help in pushing the Black Stars, and see whether the love will come back, because the love will come back.
The part I feel like we also need the Kong supporters group, who they are familiar with the team, is that how we've been playing of late. So if we rely on only those abroad, and then they are at the stadium, maybe against Portugal, after 60 minutes, our performance is not good, maybe we are down,
they'll start hooting at them.
And then we don't get fans who will stick with the team from the start of the game to the final whistle. I think that can also.
But you see, how easy or difficult is it?
There is a difference between fans and supporters.
We need supporters.
And the Blasters at this crucial point need supporters.
Yes.
We don't need fans.
We don't need fans.
The fans are those that
they only support you when it's going
winning.
Okay.
But the supporters are those who will stick by you, who cheer you on even when it's quite on. They are there. And especially for the Blasters, it's important because in 2 of our games, we'll be going up against 2 countries that from the goalkeeping to the last man are better than have players who are way better than us. We can't compare our squad to Uruguay. We can't compare our squad to Portugal. Now, when you come up against these teams, what you need is a 12th man. You need your supporters to rally behind you, intimidate them, make noise, because those are games that we spend majority of the time defending with our backs against the wall. Now, if you don't have people in the stadium cheering on in that difficult situation, then the players might crumble, the players might give in. But when you have your supporters, you have the one-mans and the Aprigu Chakapamas, all the other guys with the Ghana flag running up and down, it gives the players some sense of hope. We are not saying that pump public funds into it. No, country broke. We all admit say money no day. But if we can gather resources from wherever possible,
the corporate world.
Yes. But what we don't want is that one. And one man made mention of that is that he thinks the major problem we encountered in 2014 was that instead of sending supporters to Brazil, we sent party foot soldiers.
Yeah. And
because they didn't understand the intricacies and what it feels to be fans, a football fan wouldn't mind walking from, like Abrantepa said, he walked from,
Edukrum to Rage just to watch Kotoko train.
A football fan wouldn't mind doing that. But for someone who is not a football fan, who is there by virtue of the fact that he has a party card, he doesn't understand some of these things. Yeah, so once there is some bit of hardship, picks his phone, social media, boom, it's a crisis.
All right, so we know the importance of getting fans, and then when I watched the Pele documentary in 1958, when Brazil they played against the host nation Sweden in the World Cup final, and they were down by a long goal. And according to Pele, it's like all his teammates were down because they remembered in 1950 when they conceded the first goal and they lost. But when they were going to start the game after conceding that, I think he said there were only 200 Brazilians at the stadium. But when he saw those 200 people still waving the Brazil flag, and according to him, said that day he played his best football in his career because he saw the Brazilian flag at the stadium. So I think that if we get people who rally behind the team from starts to the end of the game.
And that means it doesn't matter the number.
It doesn't matter the number. Now let's talk about songs. When they are at the stadium, they are going to sing. When we are doing adverts, creating awareness, because we will need fans from here in Ghana, abroad, all over, wherever Ghanaians are. We will need songs to do that. How critical is that to our campaign? And before I come to Abrantepa and then Perez, let's watch some of the songs put together by some of the finest we have in the country. Now let's listen to Kweku Flake and then Akwabwa. Then we take you back to the legend of producing songs for the Black Stars, Grace Ashi. All right, so you saw excerpts of the songs put together by Akwabwa, Kweku Flake, Grace Ashi. Oh, ye Black Stars. Oh, ye actually. Then I remember when I was in primary school, JHS. The moment you hear in the morning when you are going to school, and then they will be playing it on radio. Stevie Napier, then you know that today,
I mean, you may want to give credit to Grace Ashi, and you see all the songs that she released for the Black Stars were 9 songs. They were hits, and big ups to Buddy Roro, who was the brain behind these songs in terms of production. The Yenye song, that's the 2010 World Cup, I guess.
No,
which 2006, the first one. That song was massive. It was massive. It really did well, and you see, music is very, very essential in our everyday life. Yeah. When you are not in a good mood, it depends on the songs that you listen to, and it can uplift your soul. There are songs that when you are sad and you listen to those songs, you get sad the more. And there are songs that you listen, now they are far dream. There are songs when you listen, it boosts your morale. So if you look at these World Cup songs, these are songs that when you listen, you would want to dance and cheer the team up. And so those who do these songs, the producers and then the composers, they consider a number of things. The instrumentation, how to get people to dance. So if you take a careful look at all these songs, you notice it is danceable. Yeah. There are songs that are grooved, like Obet Media Chow Nasia fine. So exactly. So these songs are very, very necessary. And hearing Akwabwa and Koku Flake, there is one guy, Igbo Music, who has also done some. They are good. I think we should do more. Viola did a song. I've forgotten which year it was. Go Blasters. Go.
2014 World Cup.
Yes, 2014 World Cup. That song was also danceable. You hear the drums and all that. So I think our musicians are doing well. The songs, and then the Can 2008 when we did the All Stars. It had Samini, it had Ofoyan Ponsan, it had Obrafo, Obuo. Oh, say yeah, muhi Ghana Franca. You see the way people gravitated towards the song, and then the way it changed the atmosphere. It's just unfortunate that we were not able to win the cup. I think, was it Cameroon that eliminated us?
Yeah. As for that AFCON, every day I said I blame the coach. Every day. I'm serious though, because see, if ACN had played in midfield in that game, but Grace actually on a number of occasions she has stated that she never got a penny from the GFA from the songs he did, and we cannot downplay the effort she put in creating awareness and then getting Ghanaians to rally behind the team. Do you think that as part of the resources we spend in trying to create the awareness for our games, for the Black Stars, is it time that the ministry, the GFA, whoever they bring on board, sits with these musicians and then do it not when the musicians feel like, oh, we want to support. Like, it's time that the GFA also give them something so that they can also put in the maximum effort to produce these songs. I think
the FA already doing it. The Akwabwa song, it's a partnership between him and the FA. So the FA was the one who commissioned him to produce it. So if you look at that song, it has elements of the GFA, bring back the love campaign and all the other things into it. So the GFA have already recognized the importance of having a team song for whatever tournament or whatever the World Cup, and that's how come Akwabwa has produced what I believe is a beautiful tune for the Black Stars. It's danceable, it has historical elements, it weaves together,
Osibise and the national anthem.
And it evokes some sense of, in as much as we might not like the Black Stars as we used to, whenever you listen to that song,
the song is nice.
It gives you some sense of pride, some sense of love for the Black Stars. So you have to give kudos to the GFA for having the vision or having the foresight to say, okay, Akwabwa, you're one of the best we have in the country. Yeah. Come on board and do these things for us. But for Grace Ash's issue, it's a very complex issue. Whenever you hear her explain it, and whenever you hear people from the FA, they were like, they expected certain people to do for her what she says were not done for her.
Okay.
Because I don't want to mention the company involved, but there was a company that was supporting the Black Stars, that was facilitating the airlifting of supporters and all those things. that company was supposed to give her something.
And
it wasn't supposed to come from the FA themselves. And some way, somehow, I don't know whether it's breakdown in communication or whatever it was, she didn't get what she was due. So the FA think it's not their fault. But she also feel that the song, ultimately, the Black Stars managed, the FA managed the Black Stars on behalf of the public. She did a song for the Black Stars. So if you are managing the institution Black Stars, then when someone does a song, you know, a timeless, a classic song like that, at least you should be able to get something for it. But the FA don't think that they are not to be blamed for it. But it's a good song. I remember in 2010, so when Ghana vs Uruguay, for the woman to go the penalty way back in Sacramento, we didn't wait for someone to kick the penalty, but we were out. We are going to see here.
I'm saying that on that day, and then you see last week I was talking to you about it that when the referee whistled for penalty, John Mensah, I think one other player, they didn't even look at what was going on in the 18 box because they knew a Ghana score. So they went straight to the fans to tell them to
we had to run from where my place to Encia, and if you know Encia, so back then this is how we celebrate Black Stars wins. Whenever we walk converge at Encia here, then we go to Solukwa from Encia to JBC, closer to Reverend Uzu and Pestet. Then for JBC, we go to that's what about. That's where we climax everything. So we're already there. Oh, Charlie. All right,
so before I come to Abrantwa and then we wrap up the show, my colleague Emmanuel Lenin spoke to some Ghanaians to select their best World Cup song and then how they rate the new ones released by Akufo-Addo and then Kweku Flake on this week's episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Let's take a look.
Black Stars nyom na watsi ni nyina de hin na ye ode pa Black Stars nyom na obey Black Stars nyom aja ye jezashi do zan hwan de obo ontumi yi mfrim ana na one bet me ato kakra Black Stars Ghana Black Stars ye Steven Apia woni na ya bo player din Makilese ni those days in a Black Star and yen ba me de ba ku bi no Kinsa de ba ku bi no only don't what I say that was 2010 there no I can't say I tell you can afford bomb na kuma sine de America for na ko tight corner the bear you me the was Steven Apia hey Prince Boateng we boss say tell ya tan no de twabo boss you any favorite and a woman back no this is the legend what I say on no ma Black Stars nya ne de na papa so what I say
that's adwuma ye me de pa ne nia omoye no ayi ho no if you were saying stadium na wo ayi no na mi re fit tattoo no eno e de pa ni pa kono boy obo ne fine e ma Black Star for no ada ba kono ya bubo prayers ni din no e wo mu no eno so ye fine pa so eno so ye fine bubo prayers ni nyina din enti eno ya manage wo mo ya na ya ga ye go besi afi ye meche oye Black Stars so far me we no na every man say here enti eno de nyuma head see the Black Star there you hope one no.
All right, so you saw Ghanaians rating the new songs and then telling Emmanuel Lenin about how they feel and the impacts of these songs on their support for the Black Stars. You're still watching GhanaWeb Mundial right here on GhanaWeb TV, proudly brought to you by Kempon Travel and Tours, the official traveling agency. If you have your own money and you want to go to Qatar, don't go anywhere. If you go and then claim your money,
chop your money.
Let me say this in three. Because we know that if you go to Europe, some people they've started even saving for World Cup in 2026.
Yes.
So what Sikana Swan, Fako Kempon in the office back on Abelempe Junction. Unima with the Bramiam do overcome. What do Sikana? About it, and modern Ghana and
Obi music
why not Ghana say then you put money together to go and watch the World Cup now Obi on Sabeka
go to Kempon
I did 2040 so around here wrapping up the need for our celebs to also because Sako there, I think in one of our games, the game was so terrible that Obede went to Twitter and then he was, why are you people doing me like that? How at this particular moment we are barely 3 weeks away from the start of the World Cup? What can our celebs also do to help?
Sako even has a song. Yeah. The one that he said Nevo is a C or something.
Yes. Yeah. He jumped on that
Doneo. Yeah. That was also a fantastic piece over there. What celebs can do. So the songs, song productions, yes, we've seen Akufo-Addo do it. And I don't know if Grace Ashley has done. I'm yet to hear. Yeah. I don't know if she has. But from what I know, and what I don't want to sound generic, but from what I know, she has been the one who has been doing the official songs.
Yeah, official.
The 2010, the 2014, and then 2006. You know, she did those songs, and so I'm sure people are expecting her to release a song. Mikra, I'm expecting her to do it because I love her songs.
When it comes, it's a banger.
Yeah, she's good at it. So I'm expecting a song from her. If it wouldn't be too much to anticipate or to ask for, I think there has to be an all-star song. Yeah. To signify unity, that's one, and also for the mere fact that we had one during the 2008 CAN that was held in Ghana. That song was brilliant. It was a nice piece. I think that there has been new crop of musicians. And we have our veterans also there. If there can be a blend of these generations.
I'm just imagining hearing, oh yeah. Now what's that? Sugar Daddy. Now we say about Black O'Neill. What's up? What time it is? Pam. Now beam name. Now boy.
High life musicians to the gospel musicians, you know, everything. I think if we have an all-star song, it will be a beautiful piece. And so I would actually wish for that. Beyond that, we've seen. You see, I don't know if it's because of the economic hardship or the momentum. It's not being felt because the World Cup has not started, or because we've not come out with the list of players that we are going with. It can be either of the factors, and it can be a combination of all. So I am thinking that when the list is finally released, then we'll get to feel the euphoria around the whole thing. And until then, everybody is minding their own business. Everybody is thinking about what they will eat, the football prices, and how the economy has been managed. Whether you think it's good or bad, badly managed or better managed, that's depends on the spectacle. I'm just saying.
I'm saying that whether you think it's good or it's not bad.
That's your problem. So you are quoting. That's your problem.
That's your problem. Yes.
You are quoting Anado. That's okay. We understand. So I think that as time goes on, the love will come back when we see the squad, and we'll get our celebs rallying behind these. And you see, they have some level of influence that you cannot underestimate. So once they lead the way, I am certain their supporters will also rally behind them through their tweets, through their social media posts. Let me just generalize it. We've seen during the Kotoko House match, we saw how the rivalry was on Facebook, on Twitter, where they were in their jerseys, you know, and it actually brought some energy. And people anticipated how the game was going to be. And the aftermath was even more exciting, where you had people teasing themselves, you know. So I believe as time goes on, our celebrities will do something to get the people involved, get our supporters, get our fans, rally behind the Black Stars. So let's just hope. But I'm actually looking forward to hearing an all-star song. I think I don't know why something tells me it's been cooked. you know, sometimes we do the songs and then we wait more when it's getting to the time. Then because now if you put out the song, it may not get the vibe that you want.
Today and this week we are talking about Sikam We are talking about Sikam Pedede.
So and Pedede because I knew the nas about see who did it.
And yes, Sikam Pedede. They didn't to me.
Oh, agenda.
Alright, so you heard Abrantepa saying that he is looking forward to an all-star, not him alone. Perez, let me take your final words on supporters and then getting supporters, not fans. Even if we are supposed to airlift supporters from here to Qatar, it should be supporters, not fans.
But how many is too much though? How many fans?
I mean, it depends on how much they
are able to secure
from all the campaigns that they are going to. But from all indications, clearly, supporters will be airlifted. We just hope that there will be real supporters.
Yeah, it will be real supporters and not our people.
Like I said, the Black Stars need support. They need it because against Portugal, we are going to be outplayed. Against Uruguay, we are going to be outplayed.
No, but I see, I'm saying that, and the other day I did the analysis for. I'm saying that for me, I believe that if we look through the group, Ghana and Uruguay, we are even the weakest in the Uruguay.
We are weakest in terms of what?
In terms of team. In terms of team.
Now you want to see Uruguay in Nadian. So how are we the weakest?
No, I'm saying that if you compare Uruguay, Portugal, and then South Korea, I'm saying that we should never be afraid of Uruguay. I'm saying our team,
Nicaragua.
Our team that we are going to have Thomas Partey in midfield. Uruguay, no one more player.
No, apart from Partey.
Naki Williams, Tariq Lamptey, Mohamed Salisu.
Are you going to compare Naki to Nunes?
At this material moment, Inaki Williams and Darwin Nunes.
Okay.
Darwin Nunes. At this material, okay. Even this season, how many goals? Darwin Nunes.
That has about 6 goals.
On to me, 6 goals. Or say,
you are not going to be. The guy has. You see, thing is that whether we like it or not. The teams in our group, even South Korea, they have better players than us. What we are going to rely on?
Apart from Son, apart from Missy Uruguay, let me take your final words.
I Perez on the floor, right?
Let me take your.
So I think we will need the supporters there. We will need them to turn up, be loud, support the team. We don't want to see a repetition of 2014 where all the nonsense up. We don't want to see a repetition of 2019 where even after Ghana had left the tournament, there were still people
in Egypt.
In Egypt and all the story that was coming for. We want to see a wall. If you're going to send supporters,
on time,
organize it nicely. Let them go. We don't hear all the news. But thing is that we don't have to use public funds.
Okay.
The ministry, we have enough connections and all those things to garner funds and push them there. And make sure you send supporters.
Not
because if you listen to even the football people and all the supporters group, one man, Aziz and all their guys, their main concern is that when it gets to these times, you have all kinds of people lobbying their MPs, lobbying their DCs, and it's because. So when they go there, they don't go to the stadium. No. Some of them are looking for passes to go and do some connection to end up in US or to end up in another country where they feel they will get comfortable. Send supporters there. Let them go and cheer the Black Stars on so that we can beat Portugal and advance.
Rante, your last word.
I think we need to do the right things in order to get the love back. And like I mentioned earlier, it would have to start on the squad. Is it 23? I guess.
No, the final one.
Will be 26. Right. So we need to get the right men on the pitch. We need to let the coach do his work. If we need to criticize, we do that. But if there is any level of interference, which in the past has been the case, I think we need to find a way to curb that. And the coach should be man enough to let those who are good to be there. People should not be there based on past glory. It should be your current form, and so that at the end of the day, whatever the target is, we'll be able to achieve. And you see, in as much as we have a lot of things on our minds, I think that Ghanaians should rally behind the team, because the benefits that we'll get from the World Cup is very, very profound if we are able to excel. So this is the time to rally behind the team. Do what you can as a citizen. Yes, don't be a spectator, even though we need spectators to watch the football.
Okay,
bars,
man. Our target is semi-final, and then I agree with Abrantepa that we should rally behind the team, because from now we know that the country is hot. If we rally behind the team and then they perform, that's 1 month that they will be playing the World Cup. At least we will be able to forget
our worries.
For that period, and then we think about what will happen for Christmas. But Coach Akufo-Addo and the GFA, they need to release the squad for us to see if we can put our 100% hopes on them, or we'll go with the normal inshallah. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Benefo Boaben Abrantepa, head of entertainment desk for GhanaWeb and host of E-Forum. Parents, Ezra Kwao, you'll be seeing him here almost every day. Yes, Minenoa Yejidem doing the work. Kempon Travel and Tours, official traveling agency for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. Just as I stated earlier on, if you've gathered your money, you have a sponsor taking you to the World Cup. The office is at Abelempe Airport. There is one there. If you can't go there, just send a comment. GhanaWeb will come to you and then take you to Kempon Travel and Tours. Thanks to all the production crew, Kwame Adom, Richard Vanderpoy, MFA, Pearl. Hi, my name is Joel Eshen. Until we meet again, we'll be back on Friday as we talk about sex and all the other thing related to the players on Friday.
Wait. This one is on. Why didn't you invite me for the sex and football?
All right, we'll be here on Friday. Expect Amabroni, yes, Nkomo Hohima will join us on Friday, and Abrantepa. We have one extra guest on Friday. We'll meet. Thanks for staying with us.
Some of you are negative. And if you know me, you know I don't mince words. I say it as it is. Few days ago, I listened to Joe Addo. And please pass on the message to him. He is a member of the FA. He says on one of our committees, his negative comments is not for the good of the sport. I'm saying that his negative comments is not good for the sport. Our Black Stars will shine at the World Cup.
Yes, Papa. Yes, Papa.
Positive mindsets win all the time. When you are negative, you don't win. You find excuses. One excuse to the next excuse to the next excuse. Let us be positive minded. Let us be positive here. It's only when you are positive that we can win. Again, let's go back to our 2 battles against Nigeria. The country stood up in support. of a common foe. What happened? We were victors. Just look at where our Black Stars have come from. It got to a point we didn't have quality. Gradually, over time, you see a good team shaping up. It is that time that all of us must throw our weight behind the team. Who was the coach that qualified Ghana to the World Cup recently? Who was the coach? Tell me, who was the coach? John Mensah, who was the coach?
Our own.
Is it not who? Is it not Otto?
Our own.
Was he a part-time coach or a full-time coach? Sorry. Let's be positive. Let us be positive. What is full-time and part-time and whatnot? BBI yenim. Being supportive of a national cause is being with the colors in bad times and in good times. This is what I expect from each one of you, from John Pencil to Prince Diego to The Rock, to each one of you. Even when things are bad, be positive. Be positive. Because if we were negative when you were playing, you wouldn't be called The Rock. You wouldn't be called the Prince of Goals. You wouldn't be called Nilamte. Let's be positive.
So in 2014, Sarkodie released a song, Inflation. Well, that song was a monster hit. Not because of the lyrics, well, it played a part, but people could actually relate to the song because at the time, people were actually suffering. The nation is full of surprises. Basically, we still live in crisis, tantamount to Kwashe prices. I'm sure you remember those lyrics. Eh? Well, today we can actually relate to the song, and that's because the nation is actually full of surprises. Now, crisis need there. It's not easy. In the midst of all these, there are calls for the resignation or dismissal of the Minister of Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta. Today, we are looking at how the whole crisis, the economic situation, is affecting the creatives in this episode of E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us on E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. We are seated for a perusal of issues relating to the arts and entertainment, of course, with a touch of wit. Joining me on this episode, Abdul Karim Ibrahim. It's been a long time I saw Karim. He's a broadcast journalist with Class Media Group. Karim, thanks for joining us.
Grateful.
And like I always say, me and Karim will go way back.
Yeah.
Those days, University of Ghana. Boy, we were G Awards because he's a good debater. And he has traveled all over the world. And him for uncle.
Oh, I thought you were saying for uncle. Otherwise, I just said,
oh, okay, he no uncle.
Oh, baby, can crave.
Yeah, Sally, all right. Bulldog is an artist manager. In fact, so Boo, which one? Is it Boo God or Bulldog? Which one should we stick to now?
We should stick to Boo God.
Boo God.
I understand the struggle, you know, because the transition is a little bit, you know, but just flip the dog to God, you know, and it takes a while. But I'm not offended when you still call me Bulldog. I mean, it's the same purpose. It's just,
okay. Boo God is an artist manager, CEO of Boo House Entertainment, the one who is actually handling Vanilla. Boo, thanks for joining us.
Yes, but I'm not the CEO of the company.
Oh, really?
Yes, I'm the founder and the creative director.
Okay. Okay.
There's a CEO.
Who is the CEO anyway? Because actually we have always referred to you as the CEO.
No, it's God.
Okay. Oh, God is the CEO.
Yes.
Yeah, so Stella Jejom, broadcast, I beg your pardon, entertainment. Yeah, Stella Jejom is with the business desk, GhanaWeb. Stella, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And she did a very fantastic story on how prices of goods and services have increased from January till now. Hey, Charlie, it's not easy.
Oh, it's not been an easy one.
When I saw the price of rice, so rice was what, 50 something?
Yes.
The 5K.
Yes, it was
and
around
now
50 cedis last year, even the beginning of this year. But right now you are getting one for about 115, 120. That's more than 100% increase.
Yeah, that's serious. That's very serious, and that shows how, you know, that shows the seriousness of the whole issue. General Attire. General Attire.
Bro.
Some amount of fans because General is everything. Why should I make us say you just tell me hey trust. So General is an actor. General is
economist.
They be trained now MPP campaigners no. Hey. Eti di oman yi kwe ye ofe. General.
Yeah, we to ankasa we can be free. Enye fe. Ade enye fe so enye fe. I say the see ye. And I think we have to get to the point where we should be able to support something and still criticize when it's not going well. The era where people wake up and say that I'm with this particular person, whether it's going bad or good, they still want to stick to that particular side. I think we have to, you know, do something about it. And that's where we want to get to, where you support something and the thing is not going well, and you say the truth that it's not going well, it's bad. Let's get things right.
Do you regret supporting NPP?
I don't regret supporting them. I feel that it was something that I saw that I felt it was going to be good. Of course, we are not God to see what will happen, and definitely you support something, but you are not the one in charge of administration. But probably what you think that if you are there, you do. You give the mandate to someone to go and do, and then they get there and things are not going as it should. So you have the right to say it. Don't be gagged and say that, Charlie, I have done this, so it happens when people go for money and they are gagged, so you can't talk. But when you do it genuinely from your heart and you know that, Charlie, people will say a lot of things outside. Oh, you know, that's your one just come on to. But if you know in your heart that you've not gone for any money, you are always bold to say the truth.
Are you being attacked in any way, whether it's verbal, whether it's physical?
So the funny part of the whole thing is, when it started, you get people from the opposition attacking you, and then you say the truth, and those within the party also come at you. So now you're in the middle, whether to go left or right. It's your own cup of tea.
Into baby,
maybe, but not. Like I said, I have voted for NDC before. When the late president Jonathan was in power, I voted for him, but I didn't campaign for him. But I voted because I loved him. I felt some of his policies were on point. So there was an election where I didn't vote, but then I was in Germany, so I didn't. And when I came back, I listened to manifesto. I felt that if people are going to go to school, why not? People are, there's no, parents are not having money to send their awards to school. So if there's going to be free SHS and a lot of people are going to go to school, I'm imagining how in the next 10, 15 years, a lot of youth have been to school, how the country will become. So I thought it was a good thing for him to finish his term, so that after his term we assess, and then if a new person brings a very good policy or manifesto, we support the person as well. So it's not like we go and sell our conscience to a particular political party where I say that I'm with this party, so whether A or B I'm with them. No, I don't do that. I listen to manifesto. Tomorrow I can change my mind and join another political party if I feel like. Yeah.
You are an actor. In fact, you have a production this weekend.
Yeah.
How has this whole economic crisis affected you as a creative artist?
People are not buying the tickets. And I bought Canada. You see, I it's sad. It's sad. Some time back, you do a little publicity and you get people jumping on, ready to come and watch a show. And now it's just that people are favoring, like those who love us, who have followed us all these years, are like, oh, Charlie, these guys, let's go and just release some stress, so they still come to watch the show. So we are just praying to God that they will still consider and come. Yeah.
Interestingly, you see, I am a student of politics. I read political science from the University of Ghana, and I did government, SHS.
When you have a song in Legon for a political campaign.
Yeah, exactly. Vote for me. But I don't think, if I cast my memory back, I don't think there has been a situation where people I mean, MPs of a political party is calling for the head of the finance minister, who is a member of their party, and because they don't like the way the country is going. In fact, the suffering or the economic crisis is affecting almost everybody. I am affected. Yeah. In fact, this morning I was telling my colleagues that the amount that I bought fuel last week, that I had a full tank. This week I bought it, and it's left to 2 bars before it will get to the brim. Yeah. So actually I am affected. You heard Stella mention the bag of rice, which has actually increased 10%. I mean, over 100%. Really, that does it actually surprise you that in the midst of all these, the NPP, the MPs are calling for the head of Akufo-Addo?
Well, it is very surprising, and I say so because of the nature of our own political governance space. It is one of unquestioned loyalty, and oftentimes if you decided to depart from what the party line is, you usually end up getting into trouble. And it's also such that our politics generally is not one based on principle or serious conviction. So if you decided to do something against the general view, we often do not look at the quality of the decision that you took and then say that, well, this makes sense. There are only a few cases where you see people from a political party that is governing where they are still able to put across dissenting views. But there's a caveat with that. Oftentimes, those people who are able to do that, they do so because they have some clout, some money, some wealth that removes them from the backlash. So Kennedy Japan would be a very good example. It is not new that we would have somebody from the party say things, go against the other. But you will notice that he is able to do so because he seems quite clear that he's not dependent on anybody. So this was a big surprise. But when you interrogate it a bit further within the proper political sense, there's a way that you understand it, because it doesn't happen very often. And the creatives are here that you go for a program or an event like what we saw at the Independence Square, and the President of the Republic is booed in such very organic manner. They can dispute that and say other people paid people to go and do that and all of that, but they know that's not true. You go to Kumasi, of all places, where the president again is booed. And generally when you get the sentiments, GhanaWeb does an amazing job with that. Listen to people, you get a sense that people are angry. And you can tell clearly from the Member of Parliament for Subin yesterday after the press conference when he was doing more media engagements. He was asked a question that, don't you feel, like the point I was making earlier, that there will be a backlash against you? Parliamentary primaries are coming up and all of that. He said something very profound. He said that, well, it is true, but if you look at what our constituents are saying, and that's the reality, because for the constituents, it doesn't matter. I mean, General said he supported and voted for the current government. Yeah. But now his business is also struggling. So when you look at it, it doesn't matter where one voted. At the end of the day, if you go to the market and the rice is expensive, you're going to buy it. You're not going to use your party card to get it very easy. And for me, that is the kind of reality that the members of parliament are trying to avoid. And also, there's one final pragmatic point. Now, Akufo-Addo is obviously leaving at the end of the term. So that means that the party would have to take a decision to go with someone else. It could be Dr. Baumia, it could be Alan Cash, it could be from any other place. So if you are within the party now, it actually makes a great deal of sense, and you have the dynamics on your side when the people support you against a man who is leaving eventually.
Nana's poster has come under questioning. There are some who say that it looks like Wadru self-actualization. I wanted to be president, so Matwama maybe, and it's the reason he made that comment in Kumasi that, I mean, if you are threatening to vote for me, they don't threaten me, they don't frighten me and all that. Does it come to you? Does it come to any of you, or like the president seems unbothered, even though he has made comments that he is fixing the economy?
I mean, for me, it's not surprising. The president has always been arrogant. He just pretended not to be one when he was vying for votes. And you can never be anything but arrogant. You see, the MPs that are calling for the head of I mean,
80 MPs.
Yes, that's the wrong target. The president should resign today. Nana Akufo-Addo should bow down his head in shame and walk out of the office now as we speak. He came saying he had the men. He put the guy there. You understand? So if the guy is messing up, they should be living together. He should be living now. I keep saying this all the time. Look, let me try and get this and get it right so I don't make a mistake. Look, this is what I've been reading for a while now. Chapter 8 of the Constitution of Ghana, Section 69. You know what that says? Removal of the president. Everybody should read that. I don't know why we are not exploring this. There's a loophole in the Constitution that can get us to remove him today. We don't have to wait 2024.
I think the minority is doing that.
They should do that.
No, the minority is targeting the finance minister and not the president.
They have to target the president.
Okay.
He is the head. They have to target him. If you read, it is clear. I mean, it's woven with a few legal words. But if we have a proper lawyer to interpret it, we will find a solution. If we start today, by next year around this time, he's gone. It won't take that long. And we are all seated and, just complaining. Do you know that today, as we speak, you are being paid half your salary? Because everything is gone up. That's what you say. They say less than half. Nothing makes sense. You understand? So, for me, the president, back to answer your question, the president has always been arrogant. We failed to see it. Me, I didn't vote for him. I will never vote for him. Because I saw right through him. You understand? And today, when you speak, they'll bring BNI or NIB. I don't know if they are now a bank after you. You understand?
Yeah.
People are genuinely suffering. Go on the streets. It's just by grace that we are all here. I'm telling you. Some of us ply our trade on the streets. So we know the suffering. We know the talkability that is going around. I'm telling you. So they should not be there. And I just saw another, I don't know if it was on your site, that the president said we should give the finance minister 3 months.
Yeah. Is it 3 months or weeks? 3 weeks.
3 weeks
for the IMF program.
Yeah,
that's nonsensical.
The early part of the conversation too.
That's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. How? Boss, how? I don't understand. Is he the only one who can negotiate this deal? What if he dies tomorrow? The deal will not go on? Are we running a one-man financial institution or ministry? What are we talking about? Because of trouble, they don't want to go. No, let's be honest. Me, I don't want to be diplomatic about anything. Because somebody will take something or get something, why should it be him? Well, I don't understand. Let's look at this from that angle. It's very common. It's simple. It's basic. All that talk, all that, it doesn't make any sense. Why should that person be there? If everybody is calling that he should leave, I want the president to leave.
So, how did we get here? Maybe I should let Stella answer.
Oh, sorry, let me just answer it. You said it's a forum.
Yeah.
So how did we get here?
Yes.
We were pretending, all of us, smiling. Oh, it go be. Oh, it go be. That's how we got here. Look, I have said, and I'm saying it here again, especially Parliament, look, that institution should be abolished. Trust me. Go and check what the duties of Parliament. We need to read some more.
Why would you want Parliament to be abolished? They are representing their constituents. They are making laws.
But in that case, in favor of what? There can't be a vacuum. I think that's where the problem
is. Exactly. You see, so I don't have all the answers. I'm pushing for an agenda. I'm sure if we sat through it, we'll find a solution. Now, if you say, so Parliament is a House of Representatives, right? They represent their constituents, right? Do you know that there's a constituency, as we speak now, that doesn't have representation in Parliament? Do you know that?
Sir.
Thank you. Are they not functioning?
They are.
Good. So it is a testimony to tell you that that institution has nothing to do, because the work, the mandate, they are not sticking to their mandate. So if there's a constitution, a constituency running without a representative, all other constituents can run without it. Truly and truly, it is the DCEs or MCEs or whatever you want to call them who are supposed to be doing the work, right? So Parliament is just a conduit. Parliament is supposed to check the executive, make sure, you know, and what are they doing? This is, I mean, my life, like you just said earlier, we see people on the other side of the aisle pushing for their own person to go. And you made so much sense when you said, and look at how this is. Because the sitting president is leaving.
Yeah.
That's why they'll do that. You thought if it was the first time they'll try it, all their contracts, all their stuff will be seized. They won't get anything. We need to look at some of these things. We cannot run the way we are running. Look, all these institutions, look at the constitution that we have. We should even look at the constitution again. It doesn't make sense. I don't know why a certain president, after their term of office, for 3 years, no lawsuit can come against them. For what? Are they still ruling after who wrote these things? And if we don't question some of these things now, posterity will suffer. Look, entertainers, and especially your side, and look, you are the one who bring relief to this country. And that's why we are still here. Look, do a basic case research, all the African countries that had the whatever civil strife, their entertainment space wasn't booming. When people like General and musicians and everybody stop, Charlie, do you know what is going to happen here? And gradually we're getting there, because, I mean, who are you going to even ask? How are you going to pay for a venue, get artists there to go and perform? He's just saying they're not buying tickets. So soon we'll all fold our arms and sit and see what is going to happen. Charlie, we need to be serious, and we're young. I don't know what we are saving ourselves for. None of us is making it out here alive. We'll still die. So if we're going to die for Mother Ghana, at least it's better than waiting to win. We're not going to make it out alive. We need to fight. People died for us to be there. Santos and then Kumes and everybody. They'll be disappointed in us. The president needs to go now, not the finance minister. The president. Now, this afternoon.
Stella, you've been you've been engaging the people. What have they been saying about the cost of products? Are they also calling for the head of the president?
Well, before I even go there, you asked a question about how we got here. So we can go about all the big English, talk about fiscal indiscipline, macroeconomic indicators, what's not. The simple answer is that the economy has been badly managed. Bad management is what has brought us here, because our problems are very fundamental. When you look at the problems that Ghana has, they are very fundamental. Like, they are at the first level of the
problem chain.
Exactly. Food, clothing, shelter, electricity, access to basic, I mean, they are very basic problems. So why can't we solve them? I mean, I spoke to some economists just yesterday, and he was telling me that the problem is simple. Government does not listen. The people up there do not listen. Because how can you tell me that this is an economy with economists, with professionals, with academicians, with people who have learned? People have, and even the finance minister himself has gone to Yale, the Baumia, Ivy League. So what are you telling me?
This administration.
Did you just acquire knowledge to just sit on it, or just for the show of it? What are you doing about it? You are just there. And people are given solutions every time. They told you from the beginning of this year, even last year, November, when the budget was read, it was said that this thing you are telling us to do, it will fail. And then you were very hopeful. We that were going to pay the tax are telling you that this thing, you are saying, oh, based on the data,
Is it the e-levy you are talking about?
Exactly. And that tax has been, the target has been revised from billions to 611 million. And even that one, we are just making about half of it at this point. When we projected that we'll be getting about 1 billion Ghana cedis from that tax measure. And it's not working, and it's still there. People are even being wrongfully charged. Even upon all the wrongful deductions, they're still not meeting the target. So why are you burdening me, and you are not even using the monies for things that were supposed to, the monies were supposed to be used for? And they pushed for some of these agendas just for us to be able to get more leverage on the international market. And we started the year and we've been downgraded. They are telling us that these people, if you give them money, they're not going to be able to pay. So from January, you saw downgrades. You knew that it would be hard for you to be able to access Eurobonds. People will not give you money. And still, you were still very insistent on the fact that, no, we are not going to IMF. When you know that that is where you go. And you waited over 6 months before
if I could just add something to what this particular point that Stella is making. So it's, and again, just to also make it very easy, it is very simple. You are a brantipa and you need to survive. You have a business that you are doing, so you are working at GhanaWeb, it's giving you some money. But the kind of life that you are living, the kind of people that you are taking care of and all of that requires that you need more money. So there are many options. Maybe you could create more content and get Bulldog or General to provide, create platform. They will create content, you get more money. But that's a more difficult thing to do because you are now going to do advertisement, you are going to think and do. But the way it is, Abantua is popular. You are on TV, everybody knows you. So you can get loans. So maybe you call Bulldog and you get some 10,000 Ghana cedis, you call Stella, they'll give you 1 million Ghana cedis, General 2 million Ghana cedis, and you're going. It gets to a point where you simply cannot pay because you're not doing enough to generate revenue so that you are able to pay your loan. What that does to you also is that because you have a higher risk of paying your loan, the cost of your loan gets higher also. So if the next person has seen that Bulldog has given you money, Stella has given you money, General has given you money,
and you've not been able to pay, means that I'm not giving you money.
Or that there's nothing that suggests that in the next 5-10 years, based on how you are going, you're going to be able to pay a lot more, and but then you would take more money. You just simply go about borrowing more money. Because this government, what they have done over this period is to borrow far more than any other government has borrowed in this country's history. And it means something. If for instance, the results indicated that we have also seen an overwhelming level of development that pales, if you compare to the others pale in comparison to it, then maybe, because you can see quite clearly that even though people have a lot of problems, when they're talking about free senior high school policy, there's a way that they go about it. They never really say, for instance, that we don't want it again. All they say is that maybe there are problems, fix them and all of that. So when people see the results, they like it. But the problem with our politics is that, and as Bulldog made a point, we're very, very intransigent. We don't listen to people. We're very arrogant. And so oftentimes, because that's what I see. I work on radio. I do a morning show every single day. We engage people. The sense that I get is that, and even on social media, people are angry, not necessarily because this government has somehow failed in a way that they have never seen before or imagined before, but it is also about everything around it. Okay? And the very vindictive attitude that comes with it. And you see, sometimes when people read some of these, the thing about arrest, intimidation, and all of that, it is difficult in many instances to say that I know for a fact that Bulldog's arrest was occasioned by President Akufo-Addo. He called someone to come and pick him. It's always difficult to prove that, Captain Smart and the rest. But at the end of the day, people see it. So when what you promise doesn't come, and then you go again, don't accept it, but everything is on Ukraine, on Russia, it's on COVID. Then you ask yourself, okay, what about Kenya? What about Togo? What about Nigeria.
Those who are fighting the war themselves.
Exactly.
Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly. Them.
Exactly. And you see, again, so we depend a lot on Ukraine, Russia for cereals.
Why should we?
Exactly. Why?
Why should we? I'm saying it doesn't make sense. You don't look inside yourself and help yourself. You look, we can't go back, because when we go back it will be too long. We're here now. What do we do? Look, there's a lot of talent in this country that if we focus on, we'll get ourselves out of this situation.
Right.
I foresaw something.
Okay.
I knew we were going to get here. Do you know when I realized that we were going to get here?
When was that?
When the youth were calling for fix the country.
Okay.
And they came at them and said, go and fix yourself. And I was like, that's it. We are going to mess up. Because I came out and I wrote an article. I said that when a child is crying home, you don't beat the child. You give the child toffee, chocolate. Let the child smile and tell the child that next time, don't go and play in this house. When you go, they will hurt you. So the child is now careful. Why are we in a country where the youth that are in the country feel that something must be fixed? You are the father of the nation. Make yourself available. Tell them, oh, let's fix the country together. Allow them to do their demonstration. Meet them up. I am your father. I will listen to you. We are trying our best to get things running here. Just give us some time. We'll get things done. But when you fight the people, you go and fix yourself. Go and do that. And then after everything, they take you to court, they win, and they still do the demonstration. And then after the demonstration, people now ask, after the demonstration, is the government dead? Like, have they been able to destroy your party? No. So why don't you make time from the beginning? Let the people feel belong. Let them feel that, Charlie, they are loved. Despite the economic hardship and everything, you are there for them. Let them feel that, Charlie, we have a president who is always ready. We have people who, Charlie, I always say that we will always go around and come back again.
Okay.
Because I have identified something, but we'll talk more about it.
Yes, so listen, we are not going around, we are going for a break. When we return, we want to look at the role of people in the arts. How best can we get the government to sit down and actually work and make the system better? Last time, Prince David Osei was saying that he was giving the government up to December or so, and that he was going to mobilize the youth for a demonstration. I don't know how far that has gone, but we actually have a conversation on that, the role of the people in the creatives in making the economy better, to get a government set up, because the way things are going there, me now cry, my head they bash me. We are back after this short break. Welcome back, and the argument continues. In fact, sometimes so who behind the scenes because it's very interesting. You know, the Miko shows are mostly I want to be backstage and see how things are being run before I come back to sit in the audience. And sometimes I move out from the auditorium if it's being held in an enclosed area, just walk around and hear some conversation. Sometimes it be a very, very interesting. You don't get to hear and see them when you are seated at the VIP area. So welcome back, and Romeo joins us. McDonald Naneo Asari, aka Romeo, is Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman, but first of all, he's an event organizer. He's a talent manager. He's the one that coaches the Miss Ghana contestants on how to speak. Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Substitution into Stella Riena Juma Oko. Romeo is back. But if you began the show with us, you noticed that we have been here with General Attire. General Attire is an actor, and their play is coming off this weekend. Are we safe? And I don't know why they decided to choose Are We Safe at General. Why?
Oh, so Are We Safe is not political. It's something that we want to, ask some beautiful questions to the audience that will come. Are we safe if, right policies are not put up? Are we safe if the right thing is there and we are not doing? Are we safe as citizens when we know that we imported goods at the time that the dollar and CD kind of thing is not happening, and then we want to hoard the goods and sell it at expensive prices for ourselves. Are we safe as citizens when we know that we are not supposed to litter around and we go do that? Are we safe as people? So we are asking questions. Then we need to come and answer ourselves.
So what time, when, and how many shows are we having?
Okay, so we are doing 2 shows. Okay, a very beautiful show this Saturday, 4 p.m. and then 8 p.m. 4 p.m. first show, 8 p.m. second show, and the rates are 200 cedis per. Just come and laugh.
It's General and Attire, and who are those in the production?
General and Attire is there, Clemento Suarez is there, Foster Romanos is there, you have Willie Chambers, a host of beautiful actors and actresses, and when you hear these names, you know that definitely you are in for a good laugh. So
because more serious. Super fan production.
Quite strange though. I'm meeting General for the first time, and he's not stammering. I'm disappointed.
General, honest,
I'm disappointed.
I get that.
When he gets into the character, that's when he begins to do all those. General,
he's a good actor. I think he said the list. Muji $10. I think $10 they say so.
$10 they say. $1 is 150. So
I think it's 16 this morning.
Yeah, it's 16. It's gone up to 16.
Oh wow.
There was a day it went up. The whole day went up like 3 or so. So in the morning there was an exchange. In the afternoon, then in the evening too there was.
So it comes back to your question you asked the young lady,
Stella.
How did we get here? So are we going to sit here for the dollar to get to 80 cedis? Well, I'm asking. We are 16. So who is going? We will sit down like that.
What should we do? No, beyond.
I don't have the solutions. I don't have it. I'm just one man. I'm saying that, look, everybody else is pretending this morning or wherever you are in Ghana now that something is happening. People are going to work to go and sit down. People will not come and buy. General Attire is pretending he's doing a show. The people are pretending not to come and buy like everything. Why? Why don't we stop everything? Shut the country down.
By that, it means what?
All of us will stop doing what we need to do. Let's do that.
Then we'll just be sitting.
Yes, let's do that for a week. Let's try that. Isn't that a solution?
That would be serious.
Yes.
So they see the relevance.
It's better than carrying guns and knives. Let's seize everything. You go. Look, doctors do it. They do it occasionally. Nurses do it. Don't they do it occasionally? I'm saying the whole country should do it at once. See what is going to happen. Yo, I mean...
Romeo, you were supporting Bulldog submission. You said yes. You think that's the way to go?
Yeah,
because I think if you look at there was a day drivers were on strike.
Yeah, they were even engaging in some football games.
Yes, and even if you are a private
car
and you get to the station and decide to pick people, they will fight you. And we saw them play football and all of that. And now Bulldog is saying we should do 1 week. Everybody,
yes,
including the media.
Our leadership or our leaders in this country or Africa in general, we lack that integrity commitment. Where even elsewhere in Europe, when someone is even associated to just some slight scandal, they tend to resign just to prove a point that they're not holding on to their position because of the power they wield, but just to make way for fairness and whatever accountability or in terms of investigation there are to be. But here, once there's a scandal, that's where another scandal will be created to divert attention. And then we've seen this government roll from one scandal to the other. From PDS, you name it, excavators here and there. And when it gets to the president desk, it's as if, they've been cleared. It's put aside, and the real issues are left to go. And bit by bit, we started losing our pesos and cedis, and this has escalated to that level, coupled with borrowing and so on and so forth. Now, action, you back it with actions. What did I make an say? So now, if the nurses, the drivers, everyone is suffering in the sense that, if you are paid 1,005 Ghana cedis as a monthly salary, now, just look at the level of food inflation. Over 137%. Another mechanism. So, considering food, considering rent, medical bills, and then it has this trickling ripple effect where very soon people will be laid off. Just like the COVID era when people had to make way for others because people, industries were not making profit. So they had to lay off people or they had to cut down staff size and whatsoever you. And this is so glaring to the extent that, Abrantipa, we've been expressing this, but some people were not feeling it earlier. But because they had hoarded some stolen money and they were enjoying it, just quote unquote, now that things have doubled or tripled or quadrupled, they're also feeling what we were feeling before. So everyone is talking. But this is what we were talking about long ago and no one was minding. Now, if not for this IMF negotiation thing and all these dollar issues, no one would be calling for the finance minister's head. But I tell you that there's sort of some level of hypocrisy in this country. And it's high time we start dealing with this before this old generation ends for the new one to take off. Reasons being that in the old days of President Mahama, we always called him out when there was Dumso. He wasn't the energy minister. He wasn't the director of ECG. And anytime the lights were out, we blamed him. Yes, we didn't know it was a generational issue. We didn't know it was sort of government after government powered up a problem that he inherited. No one cared, but he had to solve it. Right? But today, when we are talking of economy, when a certain Vice President Baumia, then candidate, running mate, was accusing the then president of incompetence, and that when he was mentioning the dollar as a means of measure of the president's level of incompetence, today, here we are. We are not mentioning Baumia, we are not mentioning the president. We are rather mentioning an appointee we didn't vote for.
That was the point Budog was making.
We didn't vote for the appointee. We voted for the president. And if anything rots, it starts from the head. So if you're calling the head for the head of the finance minister, you should be calling for the head of the president. He should resign. People have resigned. Liz Truss recently resigned because, come on, when I wasn't in the office, I felt, okay, I could do this. But coming in, I realized that, no, it's beyond me. I don't have solution. That's how the West think. If you don't have, no man is a sort of a fountain of knowledge. So when they feel they're struggling, they can't solve a problem, they make way for others to take charge. What is the Akufo-Addo waiting for? He should resign. It's not just about the finance minister. It's about the presidency. He is the chief appointer. If you appoint people and they fail, the blame dawns on you. When the economy was doing well in 2017 and the dollar was stabilized, the vice president came to take the credit and then listed the economic management team, Professor Jambafo, Osakoto, Osefiye, just name Alanche Manting, Osafo Mafo. And now things are not going well. You're not mentioning the economic management team.
When I look at the economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Dr. Akotose, Dr. Afriye Akoto, Honorable Alan Chiramanting, Boachi Ejaku, Ken Oforiata, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Mafu. What a solid team.
So a few things that are very, very essential in our daily life. So a gallon of oil, it's now between 1,000 and 1,002. But first, in the early part of the year, was 550 Ghana cedis. And a bag of rice, as Stella mentioned earlier, was 56 in the beginning of the year. Now it's 112 cedis. Yeah. Fuel in the beginning of the year was around 4 cedis, 86 pesos for
per
petrol.
liter.
Yes, liter. And then diesel per liter was 4 cedis, 86 pesos. October 2022 is 13 cedis,
per liter.
10 pesos per liter for fuel, and 15 cedis, 59 pesos per liter for diesel. And cement, as in 2022 January, was 44 Ghana cedis, but now it's 80 cedis and above. So when we were about going for the break, I was asking what creatives, what we can do. Prince David was mentioned demonstration. Budog has mentioned that we should stop everything that we are doing for like a week. Everybody should stop. Really, what's the way to go, guys?
I would like to take this bite first because I just joined. Being a creative arts person, nurtured and taught within the School of Performing Arts confines, creatives are able to communicate the most dangerous or tread even on the most dangerous path through their acts by putting together pieces that would push government to do the right thing. I remember a play directed by one Professor Sarah Dogbaji, Marching for Fauza. That play was meant that it actually highlighted the bad things within society where the government was failing in, and that play was actually banned at a point. Now, as creatives, if we are not able to come out to demonstrate, let's put our skits. We saw in the Kumawood moment when people were talking about Doomsaw, they made it a point that most of the movies they talk about Doomsaw in it, and it pricked the government. I don't think we had results. If we are creatives, we owe it to the citizens that we put out stuff. Ours is to put the government on its toes through our acts. You get it? So we have that responsibility. When we fail, the rippling effect is such that we are collapsing our own industry. Within this Xmas, Afrochella, just name them. Most of them are charging in dollars. Even if they are charging $100, it means you will need about 1,005 Ghana cedis for a show. If you're putting together a show with all these investments, with all these technicians, you're supposed to pay them, and people are unable to pay. Right? It means you don't have money to even pay the people. So you have to lay people off, or you have to even halt your production. Major General Attire just mentioned his coming show this weekend, right? 100 cities. Abrantipa, it will interest you to know that this 100 cities will be difficult for a lot of people to even come by. Though 100 cities now appears like a 10 city in 6 months ago. You get it? It shouldn't have been a problem. So no matter where you are, you feel it. And we the creatives are the ones, when we sell our ideas, we mold, we sell. Now when we mold and we are not selling, and we are selling and people are not buying the Chief Moments, the General Attire, the Suarez's and a whole lot, they fall on this to feed.
You know the annoying bit? People sit back and say, why are you making this personal? But what should we make it? This is personal, it's affecting all of us.
Everybody.
Yes, it's affecting all of us. And when you mention Nanado's name, they say, why are you mentioning his name? Is he not in the office?
We are paying him.
He sat on, the guy is so arrogant. In capital letters, he says we speak as if he doesn't live in this country.
As if he's governing us.
Master, you dey pay light bill. You dey pay for fuel. Don't come to talk the thing they talk. Don't come talk the thing they talk. We be kiddies, we could respect you. Talk, we could respect you. Do you pay for anything in this country? You and your parliamentary, your government, you dey pay something?
You get one full V8 where they carry chairs.
You dey pay something?
One full V8.
You dey pay something? You know, but we dey pay.
But there's one thing that I want to add to this. You see, so I remember there was some time when the president's travels, expensive travels, came up, when the Honorable Okudzeto-Ablakwa made it a personal mission to be always giving us information and all of that. I remember we're discussing this on radio, and to be fair, generally, the kind of reception that I get on radio, a lot of people are very critical of the government. But there was still an element of second guessing. So I was making the point that the president should not be living in that kind of luxury. Someone sent in a text message and asked that, but he's the president, what do you expect him to do? You see, that kind of thinking, because it should not make any sense whatsoever. And I'm happy that somehow we seem to be coming around it. It should make absolutely no sense. It should not be acceptable that for a country that is at this level, developing very poor, people don't have access to potable water. Not that there's any place in this world where there's no problem. But the point is that, at least, if not for anything at all, the leadership must reflect the country. You don't have a habit or a culture of flying luxuriously, living like an emperor, and then go about borrowing money.
My boss, I want to ask a question. May I have said we should sell Ghana? This is the reason why I say that. Look, if we are going to the white man to ask them for money, to come and develop our country, and we know they see the development of, then let's go and ask the white man to come and take over, because they will know what to do. So instead of going to IMF and say, give us 800 million or 2 billion,
say, come and rule.
That's it. Nanado should not be president. I'm giving him an advice. He should be like, a white man should be president. They go for send him. Because that's really what he's doing. He's not doing anything. Look, if it was for borrowing, borrowing and paying salaries, like you just.
That one, they have been there.
My daughter is 3. My last daughter is 3. She can rule this country.
Just like Oslausu said. He said everything else run the country if it's just for borrowing.
And one thing that we forget is that, and again, for country, for states, it is the backing of the people, the institutions, and all of that. Donald Trump is literally a brainless human being. Buhari is a walking dead. Nigeria is likely going to have the next president who is far worse than Buhari in Tinubu. But the point is that all of those countries will still run somehow, because it's not really about the individual. And for me, it is all those supporting things. And when the extent to which we entertain some things, right? And again, sometimes we are also very scared. So if you hit the streets, what happens? And all of those things. All of those things create this culture of silence that allows for people to do what they want. Let me just talk briefly about entertainers. And I'm happy that General Attire is here. Bulldog is, or Bulgod, yes, is also here. I get a sense also that our entertainment space, our creative people, they are perhaps the least critical of Ghanaians that one can ever imagine. And I say so because the general sentiment that one gets is that these are very, very individualistic people. So it's about their personal talent and what they can get out of that. Everything that looks like risk is not something that they are willing to participate in. And I get it. They are not any special from any other person. So I'm not placing any special responsibility on creators or creatives any more than I would put on, say, a market woman. But the point is this: creatives, by the very nature of the work that they do, they are influencers, whether they like it or not. And again, the space that they operate in, just like journalists. When we say journalists have freedom of expression, when we say that press freedom should not be touched, it is not because these are very special human beings. It is because, by the very nature of the work that they do, anything that would get them to always reconsider Asamameko Kane, Eyana, and yet means that the very quality of the work that they are doing is gone. So for creatives, they are creatives only to the extent that there's no boundaries. I'm not talking about breaking laws. And so if everything is about, hey, Ghana, the MPP and NDC say, if I make a CBCC and Akufo-Addo matema, then I mean, or
as my mention saw me, because they will come attacking me.
Or when it gets to periods where we need to influence and do something, and all you care about is your own check, because for you it is, I'm doing my job. I get it. I mean, nobody can come and beat you if you go and take whatever and do whatever. But at the end of the day, we will see the kind of response that we are seeing now. And this is not to say, for instance, that those who supported the NPP in the last election have done something wrong per se. I mean, people could genuinely believe that this was right. So I don't support anyone who says that because someone supported this particular government, somehow they should yeah, no, I don't support that. But I'm saying that creatives must lead the way. They must live up to what creatives are.
Exactly. And they should also be able to shape that kind of sentiment out of people, so that they are always not on autopilot. To know that people should be,
but they themselves must first move away from the autopilot.
That's exactly my point. They are not on autopilot.
I have said we should march to the Jubilee House. When you speak, you are among creatives and industry people. They are like, oh, you need a letter from the. You don't need nothing. The police should be arresting those who are in office committing crime. They should be behind bars. We have a court system, that nobody's taking anybody there to go and answer why we are in this mess. We don't need permission from the police. They themselves, they are suffering. They should join us.
Right. It's time to join Doreen for Vogue. And like I have always been mentioning, if you have any events that you are hosting, just let us know. We'll come your way. We'll bring our cameras there, cover the event, and let our people, our viewers and our readers know what actually happened at your event. And so, Abiana had an event. Doreen was there, and she has everything packaged in Vogue.
are currently here at Abiana Live's performance happening at the Zen Garden. My name is Doreen Abadamabaya, and exclusively we have so many people who tuned in. You wouldn't believe we're gonna come. We have Gifty Auntie, KOD, Captain Smart, and so many other names we will be getting an interview from. But then you need to stay tuned and watch.
So good, so nice. I think it should be done every other weekend.
Because I saw you dancing, you couldn't even sit.
You know, you see, you wake up every early part of the morning, every day, and you need to go somewhere to throw away that stress. You get it?
I'm very excited. I'm very happy I came. I came to support Abiana, and she's been marvelous.
And she dedicated Ghana's Most Beautiful to you.
I know, right? That was a shocker. You know? She didn't expect me to come because I've not been well for a while now. So she didn't expect me. So I guess she was very excited to see me.
I guess it wasn't just we're all excited to see you. But then how is life? How is everything going?
Well, one day at a time. We know things are tough, but hey, we take it one day at a time.
And motherhood?
Another level. You know, it's crazy. Today is the first time in many years that I've had time to come out on my own, you know, to really have fun. Not that I'm intending it, but to have fun. And I'm excited.
To give out to the 80s, but you dance sound of a got no rating. No snitch, no beat, but be 80s. So maybe got the African James, man of Moses. Fast forward to the 90s. Roots had black prophets and that would family school presenter from ticket for parties. Jerry Remarkable was gone and good banting. Feeling boom back up.
It's just me having fun. I actually came to watch one of my favorite, who's Abiana, and then yeah, proud to be on the show. I decided to also have fun.
Coming here to support Abiana, you also spoke about your EP coming out.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about it?
So it's an Attire EP. That is the archives of Attire, and you're going to get just Attire on it. You're not getting any other song apart from Attire. So it's just me trying to be in different elements while I touch on different genres.
I guess maybe I am inspired. Yes, I am inspired. The king, the stage, and the stage. They're still there. They're waiting for me to come back on stage, but I estimated them and I'm so grateful.
Are we going to see something like this very soon again?
Yes, I'll replicate this concert like 3 times for the year end. So if you're watching me, just follow Abiana Music and you get all the info on my page where I'll be the next concert. Follow me and let's have the vibe.
But then what do you have to say to your fans? People came to support you and everything.
I want to tell them that I'm so grateful. Abiana Music is so grateful. The brand is big, it's larger and in charge. It will go further than this, so trust me. If you follow me, you follow the good thing. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Doreen, for the report. And we are just about wrapping up on this episode of eForum. General Ntetia is an actor. McDonald Nane Asare is an event organizer. Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. Boo God is an artist manager. He's the founder of Boo House Entertainment. He says the CEO is God.
Future MP.
Boo, you want to be an MP?
No, I'm talking about Romeo.
Romeo.
It will be a future MP.
No, Romeo should not.
Why?
That institution should be brought down.
I forgot that he said we should abolish it.
Yeah, I beg you. Then you want to become a future thief. We have seen, yes, You see, we will not allow that institute. We shouldn't, bro.
But I think where he is now, you are okay because he's with the decentralization and
Assembly.
Local government.
Good.
He's an assemblyman.
What did you just say?
Local government.
Those are the people who are supposed to do the
but
work.
they don't give her the resources.
Exactly.
If I want to
because
talk about
an MP,
if I want to have a food editorial, if I want to give a food editorial on the happenings within the municipality,
you should do that.
The whole Ghana will marvel. That's where the rot is, not the Jubilee House. That's where it begins. But when we ask for them to change all those appointees, they didn't mind.
Yeah, but you see, there's a connection there because
exactly.
the Jubilee House emboldens that kind of rot.
Exactly.
Because let me just quickly say this: when the president very recently went to, I think the Ashanti region, later met the DCs about this Galamsey thing. There's something that he said, and for me, all of those things are very important. The president said something about how, as his representatives, if they continued or any of them engage in Galamsey, I said, I would not be able to protect you. What does that mean?
So it means they've always been protected.
Because at the point where we are fighting the thing, what I want to hear, for instance, is that if you engage in Galamsey, this will happen to you. I will do this. When you say, I would not be able to protect you, it betrays something.
I mean, there's been a protection cover all along from all facets of their operations. So maybe for now, Galamsey is dangerous, but other things are also protected.
Everybody is watching.
Let's wrap up. I'm sure the conversation will continue. So Abdul Karim Ibrahim is a broadcast journalist with Class Media Group, formerly Radio Universe. He's an international debater. General, before we go, your show is on Saturday. I want you to tell our viewers about it again. What the whole thing is about, how we can get tickets to buy, and how to find our way there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this Saturday at the National Theatre, we are having a very beautiful show. And the title of this show is Are We Safe? Are we safe as people? Are we safe as what we do, the things that we do, the things that we engage in? Are we safe even as a country? So we want to ask a couple of questions. And so we are inviting you to come to the National Theatre. The first show is 4 p.m. The second show is 8 p.m. And then come and see beautiful actors like Clemento Suarez, Foster Romanus, General Attire, Daniel DeLong, Willie Chambers, and all the other guys that you see, around. We are going to entertain you. Make sure that your troubles, the pains, the economy, and how this thing.
The rest of your lines.
Yes.
Rosso.
Just so mama entino the make and say. Auto tikita. I didn't for me the TV fly on the back. Na mama say, auto tikita is simple. And runs obedali. Star 447 star 1059 hash. Star 447 star 1059 hash. Bra uniadofo. Bra fire yari for bra. Enya for ebubu for. Any for from Obra National Theatre. No major yarisa.
General.
Yeah.
Charlie, thank you for coming. General Attire is an actor, like I mentioned earlier. Magdona Nania Asari, K. Romeo is Medina Social Welfare, artist manager, event organizer, and Miss Ghana voice coach. And
you always forget I'm an actor too.
He's an actor. In fact, the name Romeo, he got it because of his stage production. Back then in University of Ghana, Oko play Romeo and Juliet. He played the role of Romeo. If you want,
in fact, Romeo. Romeo was my classmate, and I'm shocked. It was so good, and I was like, when we complete, we will still pick it up, and I don't see him like, hey.
Next time we'll have a conversation on why he doesn't want to be on stage.
Very good actor.
You need to be part of production. You, Bugod is an artist manager. His newest product is Vanilla. And he's out with a song. Boo, how do we get a song to stream?
I mean, just go on all the DSPs, the distribution services platforms. You just type out Vanilla. It's spelled Vanilla, but it's pronounced Vanilla. That's Vani, as in short for Evans, and La means sing. So it's Vanilla in Ghana. So just go out there, young chap, young talent, beautiful. Not him alone. We manage. Papi of 55 as well.
Okay. Wow.
They used to be a group,
but
now he's doing a solo project, so we're working with him as well. Go out there and support every Ghanaian music. It's not because I'm managing them or not, but support the creatives. We need it, and let's boot these niggas out.
In future, I think you have to consider managing actors as well.
Yes, why not?
Let's open it.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
All right, Karim, thanks for coming. We hope to do this some other time, and thank you for watching. We do this for you. I'm sure you enjoyed the show, and you've taken some, the comment seriously, because Charlie, we for change things. Anyone more than me don't punching. Anyone more than I tarry. Thank you for watching. We'll be back some other time with yet another riveting conversation on eForum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Last night, 29th October 2022, report emanating from here at the Amasaman Lorry Park at La Paz in Accra was that some passengers had a little bit of confrontation with drivers here as a result of the recent increment in transport fares. This incident is said to have resulted in a clash between a passenger and some conductors as well as drivers here, resulting in the passenger being assaulted. The report says that this passenger died after being knocked and hitting his head on the ground. Having been here this morning, we have been trying to speak to some of the drivers and conductors who were here, and even though they are tight-lipped, some who have spoken to us on condition of anonymity have confirmed the incident.
Send me around too, and I am the boys no see on notice you see now. Mudu muka ko na dey see. Na see to kwa be mo see passenger dey back with the cabo meeting. According to sources, no board. And I meet you to meet from the door. No, move to some meeting. I mean, I'm in around. One more around. Tola. But oh, now to go see now around. Now, if you say 1 minute around, Daniel, Bajoga, 1 minute. Topani see no around. No abasa ogo kumasi. Na nipa no Martin nka. Da ya ball na na monti. No, and so ko Sunday. Entinu ya mo be ni say penifonu ba bete nenu penifonu obi ani se na aya ni omo se ni su mi se na mi ni anti mi to me konti say we na but as a penya me su mi wa anu kakra me tumi aka toni sanka o be chira na ma bo ko ama penifonu be ya announcement your mic wa I have Fred Davis ni phone na ga to mo onu ye don say dia no bookers no porters no mu extra ticket no mu jiji balabala no mu wo si nu o ja mi se no na ka pe phone ai ba ti o mu
I'm meant to engage me.
with drivers and mates here at the La Paz GPRTU of TUC office tight-lipped about this situation. Those who have opened up a bit to us have directed that we speak to their leadership. However, being the weekend, the office is closed and therefore we are unable to get any statements from the leadership here. However, those who have spoken to us maintain that the victim in this situation did not die and walked away a very strong person. The person who reported this issue on social media is however giving a conflicting report, as he is confident that he saw the man lose his life as a result of this incident. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, George AC.
Previously on People and Places.
We the Igbos traced our origin from Israel. Most Igbos have fair in complexion.
Okay.
Most Igbos have forehead.
Okay.
Most Igbos have flat kind of hair.
Ghana, Nigeria, Jollof. Which one do you prefer?
Every time this question comes to me, if I give this answer, people will shout. If I give this answer, people will shout.
Again, thank you for choosing us. This is still People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. Now, in our last episode, we had a conversation with His Royal Majesty, the King of the Igbo community in Ghana, with focus on their traditions and who they are as a people. Now, we continue that conversation, but this time, Ghana, Nigeria, Jollof. Which one do you prefer?
Every time this question comes to me, if I give this answer, people will shout. If I give this answer, people will shout. You know what? Remember that your mother food, the one your mom gave you from me fancy, is always the best.
Good to have you back. Today on People and Places, we want to do something a little different. We're going to learn about a Nigerian community in Ghana. We are exploring the story, history and culture of the Igbo community here in Ghana. And to help us do this, we have a distinguished guest whom we'll meet right after this break. My name is Wanda Mihigan. I'll see you after the break. Welcome aboard. Welcome back from the break. Thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. We are inside the royal palace of the Nigerian king of the Igbo community in Ghana, His Royal Majesty Eze Dr. Chukwudi Iheneku Igwe.
Thank you.
And welcome to the show once again. You've spent 10 years on the throne as Diasporan King. How has the journey been for you so far?
First of all, I give God Almighty glory and praise, who made it possible for me to occupy the throne, where we have thousands and millions of Igbos in diaspora over here, but God chooses me to be here by the confirmation of mankind. I thank God Almighty. 10 years of journey is not an easy thing. This is 10 years of great experience, 10 years of few enemies around, 10 years of struggling to make sure the throne stands, 10 years of solving people's problems here and there, 10 years of listening to so many stories, whether it's genuine or not, 10 years of also not having time for my children and my wife, 10 years of traveling all around Ghana, bringing Igbo people together and introducing them to the authority of the land, 10 years of also meeting Ghanaian kings and queen mothers all over Ghana, introducing Igbo people and Igbo culture to them, 10 years of also fighting the best we can to let our people know the laws of Ghana, what that is prohibited for them not to do and what is good for foreigners to do in Ghana. 10 years of great experience.
We thank God for that. So we want to just boil down to who the Igbo people are. We want to understand the word Igbo. What does it mean?
As long as I'm concerned, the word Igbo, we have never have a proper explanation, the word Igbo. All I know is we are the tribe of the Igbos.
Okay.
But we the Igbos traced our origin from Israel. Okay? So some people will tell you that the name Igbo is also in existence in Israel. Some will tell you this is the name we have come to inherit. So when you say the Igbo, all we know that the Igbos are the people from the east part of Nigeria. And the Igbos are the hard-working people. The Igbos are those that are into entrepreneurship. The Igbos are those into commerce businesses. The Igbos are those that are into, those that work so hard to make life better. Igbos are those that make every environment conducive for them and those that they live around. Igbos are those people that share communion with their people. Igbos are those that want to make sure that if you are around them, if they are progressing, you must progress along with them. Igbos are those people that never allow either you, their brother, or a friend, or their well-wishers to suffer, but rather they want to carry you along. So the name Igbo, to me, is a name that has a lot of total package that people all over the world, when you associate with any Igbo man, you will never regret associating with them. So the name Igbo has a lot of meanings in it.
You mentioned brotherliness and togetherness. That's something I've come to know the Igbo people for. How many states does the Igbo tribe or ethnic group have?
Okay, we have 5 Igbo core states.
Okay.
Then we have Igbo-speaking communities in Delta State and in River State. So, but we have 100% 5 Igbo core states that speaks only Igbo. But we have 2 other states that has Igbo-speaking communities within there.
Okay, so what are these 5 states?
Yeah, we have Abia State, Anambra State, Ebonyi State, Enugu State, Imo State.
Right. Eze, can you tell us how the Igbo people came to Ghana?
Okay. I don't think somebody have 100% history how the Igbos came to Ghana. But you know, migration comes in so many forms. One might be traveling because of business. One might travel because of famine. One might travel because he wants to travel. It comes in so many ways. So we, or I cannot say the first Igbo man that came to Ghana was in so year, no. But all we know is Igbos came to Ghana at early time of in the existence of Africa. So I cannot say the very first time an Igbo man come to Ghana, but Igbos that live in Ghana. You know, one thing about the Igbos, if an Igbo man move from here to Kumasi, in the next 2-3 months, he would like to bring his brother to Kumasi. In the next 4 months, he would like to bring his brother. Maybe coming to Kumasi, he will say, you know what, don't get to Kumasi, stop in Ejesu. Stay here, and let's also expand our business in Ejesu. Some will say, okay, now we have been able to cover Ejesu. Before you know what's going on, 2-3 people in Ejesu. From there, you see other people in Suhum. That's how Igbos move. But I cannot say this exactly when they come to Ghana. But all I know is the movement of every Igbo man attracts his or her brother to move along with them, because, like I said, we are people that will share, you know, dividends. Dividends, I mean, is when an Igbo man see a good way to make it in life, he will bring his brother along the line.
And the kingship, leadership of the Igbo community in Ghana, how does the system work?
In the total Igbo community, we call Igbo community Hanes and Igbo, we have a president that is in charge, whom his name is President Chief Uche Anyog.
Okay.
Now, he is the president of all the Igbos in Ghana. Now, we now have state meetings that have their various chairmen that rule them. Now, traditionally, I am their king, to the glory of God. You know, in Ghana, the way they call Nana, Nene, Ni, that represent king in English. Eze, Igwe, means a king. So I am their king that see to all the Igbos that live in Ghana.
Right.
Then I also have other sub-kings in charge of various local governments and the regions. So our leadership here is structured like that. So the chairman and the president of the Igbo community is by political by election of our people. So there will be election that will bring you into the office for 3 years. After that, you can contest again, or someone else will contest, become the chairman. But the kingship is not by election. It's by the love of the people and who can get it done.
And you've mentioned the hierarchy and leadership style of the Igbos in Ghana. I also know that you have honorary chiefs. And for example, you conferred one of those titles on one of our very own gospel musicians, Empress Gifty, recently. What went into that, and what does that symbolize?
Okay, you know, a king is a father to all, and every king has every right to honor anybody he want to honor by giving him or her a chieftaincy title. It's for honor, a chieftaincy title. Now, there must be a purpose why the king is giving such honor to the person. 1, 2, somebody can also come on his own and say, my king, I think I have gotten to the level in life I want to add a chief to my name. I want to take crown from you as a chief. Now, the chieftaincy committee of the throne will look at it and interview the person that came by himself. He want to take a chieftaincy to know if he's somebody of a good character. If he is, investigations will be conduct behind him and also in front of him. If he is, then the Chieftaincy department will give approval to the king and say, this man merited or this woman merited for the chieftaincy. You can crown him. Now, the one the king by himself can tell somebody, I want to give you a chieftaincy. There must be a purpose. Maybe the purpose is you a man or you a woman that you are giving to the society. You are supporting the society. You are supporting the less privileged. Or you a man or woman that your voice has gone very far to the world. Either the voice that you are a singer, like Empress Gifty, that I count. She's a gospel musician in Ghana. Her music has gone very far in the world, and the people in Ghana love her music. Her music has also become a blessing to many. So such person, you need to honor her so you can encourage her more. If you look at the honor we gave to her last week Sunday, that has also encouraged her more, and that has also spread things about her more, and the world also want to know her more. So now Jim Ike was also crowned here, and Empress Gifty, we gave her Ugomandi. Ugoma meaning the beautiful eagle. An eagle is not just a bird you can just see like that, and it's a precious bird. So we gave her Ugoma. Jim Ike will give him Ohamadikendi. But Ohamadike is a great man that is known for some certain purposes. He's a very good actor that the whole world knows, Jim Ike. So we gave him that name to honor him. We did not ask them to give us $1, £1. It is the kingship that I confer on people and say, I want to give you a chieftaincy title. I don't ask you to give me money. It's an honor from my heart, honor from the throne. I'll give you a chieftaincy title. So we gave her the chieftaincy title to honor her and to add more to her CV and add more strength to her to work more hard. And when you confer chieftaincy to people, it makes them to be cautious of their life. Now, so I'm not just who I am before, but now, and a bigger honor has added to me. And that will also help for the promotion of the good work of the throne. For if the throne can honor a great woman, a great man like this, it means the throne is worthy to be associated with.
Right. There's more we want to learn about your people, especially the traditions of your people. But we want to first take a break, and we'll return to focus more on the traditions, peculiar, unique traditions of the Igbo people. We'll learn more from Ezra, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Etiwa Range Forest Reserve is the largest forest in Ghana, covering a total of 260 square kilometers of Etiwa. The forest is not only rich in life but also in minerals. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
Many thanks for staying with us. Thank you, Enam, for the tips and facts about Ghana. We are still in the Royal Palace of His Royal Majesty, the King of Igbo community in Ghana. And just before the break, I told you we were going to delve more into the conversation. Now we are going to focus on the traditions of the Igbo people in Ghana. Usually the kings or leaders walk with a staff in your hands. Okay. Different staffs. So we call it authority. Ofo.
Yes, or for its authority. Yes, or for its authority. But in the modern world, we have to have different designs of all these things. Then we have also the elephant talks.
Okay.
And so forth. Okay. So you can also decide to have the long, like this long staff.
Okay.
You can decide to. It depends on how you want to costume yourself.
Right.
But the staff you see we are holding in the hands is authority. Yes.
Usually when you see kings, like it was exhibited at the recent Yam Festival, they greet with the staff 3 times. What does that mean?
In our Igbo, only the title holders that greet in that way 3 times.
Okay.
When you greet, we have 4 market days. Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo. These are 4 market days that Igbos used to count their weeks.
Okay.
We don't count our weeks like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We count by the market. Remember that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, these things are by the counting of the English people. But before the Westerners come to Africa, we already existed. Africa existed. So we count our days by the 4 market days. So when they say that 3 is Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo.
Okay.
So the 3 market days that they count. Some also counted by their title. Some counted by their symbols. So, but now the world has changed. The global village has changed a lot of things. So now whether you're a title holder, you're not a title holder, you see people doing that. But normally, you cannot do that if you are not a title holder.
I also would like to understand, during the festival, I noticed some people were wearing war smokes with a lot of symbols on it. That's something that's similar to the war smokes that people wear in Ghana, especially in the northern part of Ghana.
You see, when the warriors, in olden days, the warriors are known to be the native doctors or people that native doctors prepared them to go for war. All those symbols become the symbol of their juju, their gods. Because when a native doctor prepare you to go to war, either he puts medicine in your body that prevents guns not to get into you, or he put medicine on your body that will dictate where the enemies are, or medicine in your body that will give you strength, or medicine in your body that will give you the power for you to be able to shoot a target, or give you medicine that no matter, even if the gun get to you, you're not gonna die. So those symbols are different medicines they put on their body in olden days. Now, because the world has become a global village, like I keep saying, people are now using those things as a fashion.
Okay.
But those days is not a fashion.
Okay.
When you see them, like when you see Ezemo come out, Ezemo is the leader of the gods. When Ezemo come out, you can see his body is fortified. Like also the warriors here in Ghana, you see it's fortified. So those things is not just normal. Those things is 100% African powers. But now people design it, and it's normal costume.
One.
Yes.
Okay. Your festival, I know about the Yam Festival.
Yeah, we'll celebrate Yam Festival. Okay, let me just say this way. Everybody in Igbo land celebrate the Yam Festival. This is what we acquired from our forefathers. It's heritage. In the same Igbo land, people celebrate different things. Some people celebrate rice.
Okay.
Some people celebrate their palm wine. It depends. Now, some people celebrate wrestling. Mba. We call it Mba.
Okay.
So, even next year, 2023, I want to introduce the wrestling. Dudumba Yam Festival. Yes, we call it Mba. So there are so many things that we celebrate in Igbo land, but the major celebration of every Igbo man is Yam Festival.
What's the history behind the Yam Festival? A brief history.
Okay, the history is a Thanksgiving. It's a Thanksgiving. It's a time of harvest. that we are thanking God for giving us life to go to the farm, plant our crops, and He has given us life to harvest all the crops that we've planted. So we are thanking God for that opportunity, and now asking God to give us the opportunity, the grace, the resources, the money, the strength, the manpower, the manure, the fertile land for we to plant our crops again for next season. It's all about Thanksgiving. Then among all the crops, the one that our forefathers celebrate a lot is the yam.
Okay.
So it's all about Thanksgiving. When we say Yam Festival, it's all about Thanksgiving, like a harvest. Thanking God for giving us the opportunity, and now we are alive and we are harvesting. Also ask God to receive the souls of those that died along the process in peace, and give us life to, plant and harvest in the next season.
As I understand, the Igbo people are very cultural people. What kind of music do you enjoy? What kind of dance do the Igbo people dance? Can you take us through a little bit of your culture?
Okay. We have different Igbo music. We have a music we call Igbo. Igbo is kind of a royal dance. They beat the drum very slowly. We have Oja, the flute. You see my boy that blew the flute. We have Oja. We have high life music.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Like the way you have Ghana
high life music.
We have high life music. We have different music in different areas. We have what we call Ibunango. Like in my village, we dance Ibunango. Okay? So it's a seasonal festival dance, seasonal cultural dance that will display every 2 years. Okay. There are some communities that display their own every year. They call it Kurosha. Some dance Mangu. You see the masquerade you saw there? Mangu. Some dance Ekeleke, some dance Owo, some dance Okonko, some dance Ikripo Hafia. There are so many different cultural dance. Okay. Cultural dancers display, within the Igbo land.
Okay.
There's no particular one.
And naming. This is also something I've observed. There's a lot of Chukwu in Igbo names. And I understand Chukwu is God in the Igbo language. Is there any particular reason why you have a lot of Chukwu in your names?
Okay. Igbos, we have too much faith in the Lord, God Almighty. So almost everybody attaches God to their children's name. And the other way around, Igbos also name their children according to the event of that time, or the circumstances at the pregnant time of their wife, or the harvest time, or the hard time, or the good time. You understand? So the Igbos look at the names like that, but they always attach God, because we love God a lot. Like my name, Chukwudi. Chukwudebere, that's the complete name, Chukwudebere. God is merciful.
Okay.
Some answer Chukwudindo, God is alive. God, people answer Chukwuemezie, God has done it. People answer Chinemerem, God is doing it for me. Some people answer Chibundum, God is my life. It's so many. People answer Chukwuemeka, God has done it. People answer Chioma, God is good. People answer Oge Chikama, like my first daughter is Oge Chikama, God's time is the best. My first daughter was in her mom's stomach for 22 months. So immediately we gave birth to her, I called her Oge Chikama. God's time is the best.
Wow.
You see, so based on the circumstances of her birth, I gave her that name, Oge Chikama. God's time is the best. Because we'll try the best we can. Doctors, nurses, churches, and all that. God says no. When the time comes, the baby come alive. No cesarean, nothing. So God's time is the best.
That's amazing. Marriage. Do Igbos encourage intermarriage? I mean, do they marry from other ethnic tribes? Do they marry from other countries? Or they really like to marry from within themselves?
With the history we know about the Igbos, centuries ago, Igbos always want to marry their fellow Igbos.
Okay.
Even the Bible said it's marry in your own tribe.
Okay.
So our forefathers maintained that. But as we are growing up, things are changing. People travel from one point to another. People travel from one country to another. You find love anywhere you are. So if you find love anywhere you are, you have to break some certain protocols and carry on your life that way. So now, Igbos are encouraging intermarriage from different tribes and different countries.
Let's talk about food. Yam is
you know, my wife is a Ghanaian.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's very interesting.
My wife is a Ghanaian. My wife is from Anomabo.
That's really nice.
And the mother is from Birowa.
Wow.
So we've married for 24 years now.
Wow.
So
you met her in Ghana?
I met her in Ghana.
Beautiful.
So I married a Ghanaian. And many of us married to Ghanaians also.
Beautiful.
So these are also to let the people of the world know that it's not compulsory you must marry from your tribe. The world is the same. But the most important thing is the both of you love yourselves and maintain your family levels and family respect.
Oh, great. So the food of Igbos is, aside yam, which I hear is one of your staples.
Apart from yam, we have cocoa yam, we have cassava, we have okwa, we have oba, we have ona.
Okay.
We have different things in it. If you come to other things, we also have what we call opo. Opo, they use it to prepare soup.
Okay.
We have egusi, we have obono, we have achi, we have ofo, we have ugiri, we have oha, we have ogo, we have untorogba. These are things that we eat. A lot of them. We have mbobofe. We have otase. We have ozoza. We have nchongu. Ghanaians call it scent leaf.
Okay.
Yes. We have bitter leaf.
And which Ghanaian food have you enjoyed in all your 27 years of living in Ghana?
You know one good thing here, my wife is a caterer.
Wow.
So she cooks all kind of food.
A lot of local.
All her food is nice. My beautiful wife, Queen Liberty, her food is beautiful. All kind of food she cooks. So you can't even say this one is better than this one. All her foods are good. Abang fry is good. Okoto red is good. Fanti kenke is good. Kakra soup, what's it? Krankra soup. Krankra soup is always good.
You've tried a lot of Ghanaian.
Oh yes.
I can imagine.
A lot.
I can imagine. But yours is an interesting combination. Nigerian, specifically Igbo, and a beautiful Ghanaian wife. That means a lot of Nigerian food and a lot of Ghanaian food.
Yes.
That brings me to the question of the Jollof Wars. Ghana, Nigeria, Jollof. Which one do you prefer?
This is a difficult question. Every time this question comes to me, if I give this answer, people will shout. If I give this answer, people will shout. You know what? Remember that your mother food, the one your mom gave you from me fancy, is always the best. No matter how beautiful your wife will cook, your mom food is always the best for you. So I said my mom cooked jollof rice better than anybody in the world.
Okay.
As long as she's alive. But if I go home now, I'm gonna eat her food. And my wife is aware. If we travel to village, I eat always from my mom's kitchen. But my wife will cook better, powerful soup, powerful food. But that one my mom cooked is the best for me. So as long as my mom is still alive, my mom's jollof rice is the best jollof rice in the world.
That's a very interesting answer. Very interesting. Okay. Now we want to wrap up the first part of this conversation. I want to ask how you would be able to, how can you tell somebody is an Igbo in Ghana? I mean, if you see somebody, what identifies a person as an Igbo?
Most Igbos are fair in complexion.
Okay.
Most Igbos have forehead.
Okay.
Most Igbos have flat kind of hair, back hair. Then most Igbos are very proud.
Okay.
Most Igbos are good communicator. Most Igbos are good in business. Before you can sit with an Igbo man, only 1 second, 2 seconds, you must know it's an Igbo man. Because the kind of ideas that come out of him, you will know, oh, Charlie, he's a Nigerian man. And the Igbo man is always difficult to see an Igbo man that does not speak in wisdom.
Okay.
Every woman speaks wisdom. And when you hear them speaking, you will know this is an Igbo man. The way we try to, because we are not English people, we are pure Africans. So we try the best we can to carry our language along with us. Then Igbo men also, by their dressing, every man always want to dress good. And every man also want to dress like this our local attire. So as soon as you see it, you say, oh my God, this the first, even if you say it's a Nigerian, every Ghanaian, people around the world, when they see Nigerians, their mind first of all is an Igbo man. Then from there to interview him or from there to discuss with him, then you realize whether he's Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba. These are the major three tribes.
Right.
So there are a lot of signs around Igbo man that will make you to know Igbo man.
And what do Igbo men and women do, like profession-wise? Mostly, what do they do in Ghana?
Trade.
Okay.
Trade. We're all over the market, all over the streets, trading.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you
We're
so
to
much.
commerce.
Thank you so much,
No
Eze, for speaking to us and giving us some insights, interesting insights about the people of Igbo. But this is just the first part. We are going to speak again, where we'll concentrate more on your stay in Ghana and how the Igbo people relate to Ghanaians. But thank you so much for your time. So that will be all for this edition of People and Places. There's more to enjoy, and so stay with us. In the next edition, we'll bring you more. I've been speaking to the king, the diasporan king of the Igbo community here in Ghana. He is His Royal Majesty Eze Dr. Chukwudi Ihenetu. Pardon me if I didn't really get the name. I'm trying. So we'll see you next time. My name is Wandami Hagan. Stay safe.
Sexual rights and human values bill that is being handled by the committee. Definitely, we'll pass it before the next election. We'll pass it. That bill will go through. Yes. You see, when we talk about human rights, we are talking about things that will add value to the human being by way of creating opportunities, of creating an equal playing ground, of giving some privileges and rights to each and every one of us, of removing all the restrictions and hurdles to make you more freer. That's what we call human rights. Anything negating from that cannot be a right. It cannot. And don't forget that rights go with responsibilities, and duties go with obligations. It's not just, even the Almighty God in heaven, he has rules. And that's why that boy called Lucifer, when he went against the rules, God dealt with Lucifer. And Lucifer was cast down to the earth. And we gave him the name Satan. We don't call him Lucifer on earth. We call him what? Satan. And his boys are the demons, the principalities, and the devils. Huh? So please, that one, we Ghanaians, we are going to determine what we know as human rights. I mean, I've been going outside, I've got a lot of reports from people and outsiders talking about so many things. You know, in US, you can tell your father, don't be stupid. And that is accepted. Ghana, that is an abomination. It's not the same. Some people pretend that one man, one wife. Yet they have concubines. That is acceptable. Okay? And so, let's go further.
It's not just about the finance minister. It's about the presidency. He is the chief appointer. If you appoint people and they fail, the blame dawns on you. When the economy was doing well in 2017 and the dollar was stabilized, the vice president came to take the credit and then listed the economic management team, Professor Jambafo, Osakoto, Osefriye, just name Alanche Manting, Osafo Mafo. And now things are not going well. You're not mentioning the economic management team.
When I look at the economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Dr. Akutose, Dr. Afriye Akoto, Honorable Alan Chiramanting, Boachi Ejaku, Ken Oforiata, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Mafu. What a solid team.
Grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving. A country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, may I invite you to item number 4 on today's order paper, that is correction of votes and proceedings. Correction of votes and proceedings. We will start with page 1 of votes and proceedings. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, page 6, item 3. 4 under item 3. Members who were absent with reason. Mr. Speaker, I just noticed that the previous votes and proceedings, that is in respect of last week, the Honorable Festus Kofi had been marked as absent without permission. He had sought permission, and I would just want the table officers to know that that permission had been granted by the Speaker, and they had done so because he was indisposed at the time. So accordingly, it should be deemed that he was absent with permission. For last week Friday, the proper thing has been done. But beginning Tuesday last week, it was not so registered. So let them factor that into the final compilation.
Very well. Table, please take note and effect that change. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. Please, Gisela, Abutui and I were on Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Academic Training Program from Tuesday to Friday last week, and I did hand in my leave of absence form on 21st of last month to my leader, the Chief Whip. But I'll be marked absent on all those days: Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But I did the right thing. This was an official program by Mr. Speaker. So I'll be happy with the table office. That's a correction. Thank you.
Very well. Table, please kindly take note of it. Yes. Honorable Member for South. Ebuakwa South.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm similarly circumstanced. The Committee on Mines and Energy went to the United States of America to engage on nuclear energy and I was on official assignment, and I also informed the table office about my absence. But unfortunately, it was not properly captured. So, absent with permission, I was released by the speakership to go. I'm grateful.
Very well. Table, please take note as well of Honorable Member for Buakwa South. We move. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was crying for a bereaved person. I didn't notice that I've also been captured as having been absent.
We're fighting for other people.
Without permission. That is page 7, item 44. Mr. Speaker, I sought permission, and indeed, I indicated in the permission that I sought that the other cabinet ministers, because we're proceeding with cabinet retreat, should also be appropriately considered. So I noticed that Dr. Yodichum, item 6 on page 6, then Dr. Free 8 on page 7, Ajimamenu 11 on page 7, Amakota. Speaker, I said I submitted leave of absence in respect of them because I said we're all proceeding on cabinet retreat. And that was even Wednesday. And strangely, I'm seeing them here, including myself. Those are the names that I'm relating to. Then Chairman Zambonsu, maybe Howard Kumsen. Speaker, on page 7, those are the names. On page 8, we still have a continuation of those of them, including 51, Nitiwo, Dominic, Bingham, Aduna. Upon Kruma, then Yusuf Mustafa, then Henry Kwoti, plus Esla Ushuekufo, Abena Osei Asari, and Dr. Matthew Okuprembe.
Very well. So, honorable members of the table, take note of all the ministers who were at the retreat and effect the necessary changes. So it means we've effected changes in page 7. We move to page 8. Are you on your feet?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, let's hear you.
Speaker, I was here on Friday, but my name has been captured under those absent without permission, which is captured on page 8, item number 45.
Well, but did you sign the attendance sheet?
Yeah, I did.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Very well. Table, please kindly take note of that.
Thank you.
We move to page 9.
Mr. Speaker, here.
Yes, who is on it? You wanted to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Is it on page 8?
Yeah, page 8.
Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I was absent with permission, but on page 8 I've been marked absent with number 56. That's where my name is. So actually I had I wrote a note for permission of absence. I wrote a note to be absent, but I've been marked absent here without permission.
Very well. Table, please kindly take note of that. We move to page 9. Page 9. Now page 10. Page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page number 17. Page 18. Yes, honorable member for Bill.
Mr. Speaker, page 17, item number LXXII. Mr. Kofi Mensah is accountant St. Benedict Technical Institute, Navrongo. It's written there St. Bernadette.
So, the Benedict, very well. So, on a table, kindly take note of it. We move to page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Yes, honorable member for BM.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was very present in Tamale at the Mariam Hotel on the 11th of August.
Come again?
I said I was present at Mariam Hotel on the 11th of August for the Public Accounts Committee sitting, but I've been marked visibly absent. So I want the records to capture that accordingly.
Is it 11th of August?
Yes.
But we are reviewing Friday, 28th October.
Well, we are dealing with supplementary, Mr. Speaker. So it's under Public Accounts Committee meeting. It's just been published.
Well, table. Take note of that. Page 21.
Yeah.
What they submitted is what?
Page 22. Page number 23. Yes, honorable member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, page number 23, Roman numerals XXV, SXBI, SX. XBII. The name of the institution should be McCoy College of Education. There's not a university, so we have to cancel the university. McCoy College of Education, Nadoli. Thank you.
Will you come again, please?
I'm saying that the name of the institution should be McCoy College of Education. It is not a university college of education. So we have to delete the university.
Well.
Thank you.
Table. I hope you've gotten it. Take note of it. We'll move to 24, page 24. Page 25. Page 26. number 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page, are you on your feet? Honorable Mama Sam, are you on your feet? Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. Page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Page 39. Page 40. Page number 41. Page 42. Page 43. Page 44. Page 45. Page 46. Page 47. Page 48. Page 49. Page number 50. Page 51. Page 52. Page 53. Page 54. Page 55. Page 56. Page 57. Page 58. Page 59. Page number 60. Page 61. Page 62. Page 63. Page 64. Page 65. Page 66. Page 67. Page 68. Page 69. Page 70. Page 71. Page number 72. And finally, page 73. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the fourth sitting held on Friday, 28 October 2022 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. We don't have official reports, so we move to item number 5. Or leadership, are you varying the Order.
Mr. Speaker, not at all. Mr. Speaker, there is if you come to page 7 of the order paper, page 7. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if you come to page 7 of the order paper. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is this advertised motion. I earlier had an issue with it with Mr. Speaker, and he ruled on it. But though the status of it is not known yet, but I wanted to come under Order 72, to draw your attention to some procedural issues, so that if possible as a house, we could be guided by these issues when it becomes ripe for consideration. Mr. Speaker, my point is that if you look again critically at the motion, and this is a repeat application anyway, if you look critically at the motion, it contains some ex-cathedral matters. The motion paper contains some ex-cathedral matters. Mr. Speaker, these ex-cathedral matters cannot be seen to be matters grounded in fact. And upon careful perusal of the Constitution, there is a provision under the Article 82 which requires the minister to be heard in his defense. Under contempt proceedings, we have discussed. Yes. The Speaker, they always want to divert attention. An important matter has been raised. Let's finish with that, then we can deal with ex-cathedral issues. Mr. Speaker, the question is, if the Minister of Finance elects to exercise his rights under the Constitution to employ the services of counsel, how do we treat it as a house? Mr. Speaker, it is his right and his far right. And I'm drawing our attention to it so that on the day we don't meet our cul-de-sac. Because, Mr. Speaker, under our own jurisprudence on contempt, we allow the contemnor, the respondent contemnor, to be represented by counsel. And we have precedence in that. Because he is entitled to be heard. Right to fair hearing is a sine qua non thing. You cannot take it away from a respondent in a matter. So, Mr. Speaker, this advert here, there is good reason why the proponent of the Constitution said we should put it on notice. And it is good we've done that. Whilst it is yet to be mature, my view is, as a house, we should look at all the roadblocks and appropriately address them before the day comes. You and I are aware that even when questions are filed, and Mr. Speaker admits, upon the question being admitted, there's a transmission administratively to the minister concerned, which enables him to come. Here we are. We have mounted a serious matter as censure. A serious matter as censure. And the applicants have not served him, neither have they supported their motion with the basis upon which they mount the application, except to advertise some ex-cathedral matters. So all I am saying
as a house, Mr. Speaker, all I am saying, no, I'm not going into that Mr. Speaker's ruling. This is another angle I am looking at it. The last time I didn't raise the issue of Article 14. And colleagues, let's be careful here. Today, it may be you. And you may think it's okay. But if we agree on the rules of procedure in dealing with this matter, posterity will come and judge all of us. It could be Harun Edrisu tomorrow being a minister of state. It could be Eric Opoku as a minister of state in a future government. We don't know when. And Mr. Speaker, when that time comes, Eric Opoku will have a legitimate expectation that he must be heard, because constitutionally he must be heard. Mr. Speaker, I do not think that we should allow this to remain in our order paper. The 14 days come, it becomes ripe for hearing, and then on that day, people are holding their documents, and arguing, and then you expect the minister to respond for us to vote on it, which will make him lose his office? No. I believe that even as a house, we should have copies of all the grounds upon which you rely. No, Mr. Speaker, I believe that as a house, every member in this chamber must have a copy of all the legal grounds upon which you mount this application. 2, the respondent himself must be served. 3, should the respondent respond by saying that he elects to have a counsel to represent him, are we going to allow that counsel in the dispatch box, or we are going, because the counsel will come in as a stranger at the plenary, or we are going to have a closed session to hear him? These are matters that, Mr. Speaker, are very critical that we should look at, so that we don't create a certain impression that censure, as provided for in the Constitution, is a trivial matter. It is not. If you read in detail, that is why even during contempt proceedings, we allow the respondent contemnor to be heard either in person or through his counsel. Mr. Speaker, I will not sit down when constitutional bona fides are being crucified. I will not sit down. It is my duty as a member of this house and as an officer of the court, knowing that even today in a criminal trial, there are discoveries where documents are exchanged far ahead of time before actual hearing starts. Mr. Speaker, I am not against their motion, and it should not be misconstrued. I am not against your motion. It is your right to bring an application. I'm not against it, but I am interested in the procedure. I am interested in the procedure, and let's not do things for political expedience. One day it will come and haunt us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've made my case, and if any member has any rebuttal well grounded in law, that member should rise and rebut me, so that if I want to respond, I respond. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader, let's hear you.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to respond to the Deputy Leader. Mr. Speaker, this House is governed by the Constitution 1992, Republican Constitution of Ghana, and by our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, the matter to which the Deputy Leader is referring to is an attempt to resurrect a matter to which the Speaker have made a pronouncement. Which pronouncement is that the motion is meritorious and competent and had been admitted by he, the Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, to respond to him, I will just say that the Speaker have ruled and he must show respect to the ruling of the Speaker. If he has any disagreement on the ruling of the Speaker, he knows what to do. But Mr. Speaker, ordinarily in any civilized democracy in the world, you don't even need a motion for the Minister for Finance to proceed home. He himself, upon self-appraisal of where he has led the country to and led the economy to, in all conscience will bow out and save this country, save investment. So we have brought a motion, a competent motion. Mr. Speaker, I'm well aware that this side, we do not have the minimum threshold to succeed in essential. But I'm also well aware that voting on this matter will be secret and will be by secret ballot. And I'm aware that there are reasonable people opposite the aisle. Very reasonable. Very, I withdraw. Leader feels offended. There are like-minded persons opposite the aisle who share our position, but are afraid to be seen offending the president because the Minister of Finance has become his small god. His small god. He is not our God. A small God. Small God. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I say I'm aware that my side may not have the numbers to succeed on a motion of censure because of the constitutional threshold of 2/3. But I will count on my colleagues opposite who have demonstrated publicly, and I trust that they will not abandon ship. I trust that they will not abandon ship because they told the world that they were guided and advised by their constituents. They should go back to their constituents who are reeling in the real hardships of the pain inflicted by the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta on Ghanaians, on businesses. I just heard him, and we listened to the president with apt attention. When the president spoke to the country, this campaign to which that money doesn't like noise. He demonstrated his proficiency in the language of Ga, Twi, and French. But Mr. Speaker, we reminded the president that categorically, he said there will be no haircut. I know that there will be some barbering, and some of the barber will be Sikampedede barber on people's investment and savings. I know for a fact. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in Article 82 provides what to do with our motion. A motion 82.2, a motion for the resolution referred to in clause 1 of this article shall not be moved in Parliament unless condition precedent. 7 days notice has been given of the motion. Mr. Speaker, that is what we are doing. 7 days notice. The notice for the motion has been signed. We have duly signed it. The motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days. Mr. Speaker, I have between today and 10th November to move the motion, and I will move the motion. I will move the motion for the censure of the Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. Those like-minded persons who will dance with us, Mr. Speaker, they will be welcome in the secret ballot. I told the majority leader that I can understand his situation. He is confronted with the witches' dance. If he dances forward, the mother dies. He goes backward, the father dies. He himself knows that the Honorable Minister for Finance is not performing and cannot perform and cannot deliver us out of the economic woes. But the witches' dance, he doesn't want to be seen trying to torpedo the man to act as Minister for Finance. But we may get there. He will go and someone will act. I've asked him He says commitment that the man will go after budget and he will go after IMF. Do you know when the IMF negotiations will end? And after budget, we know 31st December. Bring a formal commitment. Bring a formal commitment telling this house that the Honorable Minister for Finance will, by 31st December, bow out in conscience that he has trashed the Ghanaian economy. But Mr. Speaker, as for this motion, I am determined so long as I live and I'm alive. And I've issued a 9-line whip 3 times 3. All my members, even if we are defeated on this motion, we will be defeated in honor and in dignity, standing with the Ghanaian people who are suffering the economic mismanagement and the economic incompetence of Ken Ofori-Atta. Ordinarily, he should not even wait for this house to censure him. Ordinarily, gallantly home. Even salt, the price of salt have gone up, Mr. Speaker, salt. Mr. Speaker, so Speaker ruled, and I think that we should stand by the Speaker's ruling. As for Deputy Leader, oh, I have good intelligence on you. Ask Leader. When I frighten him small at Business Committee, you people somersaulted. You somersault again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the minority leader that once the Speaker has admitted a motion, it is a competent motion before the House. I would have thought that such motions would pass through the usual channels, the Business Committee, for us to program see. But the Business Committee doesn't do anything about it. It appears somebody is sitting somewhere in directing affairs that this should go to some unseen hand. But, the Speaker, I agree with him that it is a competent motion before the House. And in the fullness of time, whatever must be done to it will be done to it. The Speaker, the minority leader is insistent that where we are in a witch's dance. If we dance forward, we may lose our father. If we dance backwards, we may lose our mother. The Speaker, who tells him that we cannot dance laterally or horizontally without going forward or coming backwards? Who tells him that? He must define his coordinates well. To the extent that we have a backwards dance and a forward dance, there's a lateral dance and a horizontal dance. They must be aware of that. The Speaker, the minority leader is saying that he wants some assurance that maybe the finance minister may leave on the 31st of December. And if he has that assurance, he may think that it may not then be necessary to pursue this. It's a window of opportunity that is creating. The Speaker, we are in dialogue, we are talking, we are trying to see the best way forward. And so we continue to dialogue. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I think the point, and let me admit that we are not there yet, that is beginning a debate on this. If I heard the Deputy Leader well, is raising a principle and indeed a fundamental issue that yes, as the minority leader is indicating, per Article 82 of the Constitution, the motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days after the receipt by the Speaker of the notice of the motion. And 4 says a Minister of State, in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated under clause 3 of this article, is entitled during the debate to be heard in his defense. And he's saying that if the minister elects to be represented by a council, what happens? Because that council cannot be heard in plenary. I think it's the issue that is raising. The Speaker, you would juxtapose this with the provision in Article 69, Clause 7 of the Constitution, which is on the removal of the president. Now, in respect of that, 69 clause 7 provides, that is, if a motion should come to Parliament for debate against the President, there the Constitution provides the President shall be entitled during the proceedings of the tribunal or the medical board to be heard in his defense by himself or by a lawyer or other expert or person, as the case may be. That is, you are talking about, the motion having been occasioned by health considerations. But if it has to be, before any commission, the President must be heard, and be heard by himself or by a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Article 12 of the Constitution also provides, and 12.1 says, the fundamental human rights and freedoms enshrined in this chapter, fundamental human rights, including the right to be heard, and the right to be heard by the person himself or through a lawyer. 12.1 says, the fundamental human rights and freedoms enshrined in this chapter shall be respected and upheld by the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. So we are bound to accord this right to anybody who is accused. That is the point that's being made by the deputy leader. So it's a distinction with a difference, and I thought that should be registered. The Speaker, but I'm aware that the Speaker has already given a direction on this, that you should stand this down, I think, until he returns. And he's coming on the 9th, and it's been programmed for us to make progress on this on the 10th. Let's wait until the Speaker comes. However, there are matters that are very germane that should concern all of us. That's the point being raised by the Deputy Majority Leader. And I think it contains profound sense that indeed should offer itself to us for consideration. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, for your submission. Of course, I appreciate your advocacy. But the issue regards to the essential motion has already been discussed. At that time, last week, I was here when you raised these same issues, and Mr. Speaker ruled that the motion was proper. So I think there's nothing, you yourself even say you are not raising this issue to reverse what Mr. Speaker has said. So I think we will patiently wait till the motion matures and see what unfolds that day. So on that note, we thank you for your submission. Leadership, are we moving to statement?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, if I should seek your indulgence and that of my colleagues for us to do the presentation of papers, then we can recline to do the statements.
There is no objection, Mr. Speaker, so we can do presentation of papers. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, except to add that my petition on the matter relating to the CI and the voter register and national identification, I'm deferring it for further consultation with leadership and your good self, not proceeding on it today after the consultations. Thank you. So we can do the other items from 7 if that's what pleases the leader.
Okay. Honorable members, may I respectfully invite you to page 3, item listed 7, presentation of papers. So it means we are going to public business. Presentation of papers. We will begin with 7A. 7A, the Minister responsible for Food and Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Minister for Food and Agriculture, the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, and the Minister for Railways Development, and also Energy, they are in a meeting now. So, if I may seek the indulgence of the Honorable Minister for Chieftaincy, who is here with us, to present these papers on behalf of the Minister so listed.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there should be no difficulty with the leader doing so for the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture and the Minister for Railway Development. By respect for the Minister for Agriculture, assure me that he is not somewhere campaigning and you want to do his work for him. And then whether he is not continuously even using state resources for the purpose of his failing campaign. Assure me. But the rest you can proceed, including energy. But the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, he is on a frolic of his own somewhere campaigning. So where is he?
The Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the minority leader. The issue that he raised contains two strands that are incorrect and inappropriate. Mr. Speaker, is stated for the record that the Minister responsible for Food and Agriculture is using official time and official resources to do his campaign. Mr. Speaker, that is incorrect. And I'm not sure that he can lead any evidence in respect of that. Mr. Speaker, so I would entreat my colleague to withdraw that. He cannot lead any evidence. Mr. Speaker, second, well, here I'm indicating to him that they are in a meeting. And he says that he's somewhere on his own frolic campaign. Again, he cannot provide any evidence to the contrary in respect of what statement that I've given. So, Mr. Speaker, on these two counts, I believe the minority leader has not been fair to the Minister responsible for Agriculture. He may set his own trap and maybe arrest him somewhere. But certainly on this occasion, the trap has unsnapped, and he must withdraw those statements, and then we can make progress.
Mr. Speaker, I know he's not his candidate. Even those contemplating you for running mate, he's not one of those. But I can understand. But Mr. Speaker, I only posed a question. I said whether he is not. I just didn't make a categorical statement. I said whether. So answer the question whether. So just answer that he is in a meeting. But I preface my words carefully, Mr. Speaker. I said whether he is not on his own campaigning. And Mr. Speaker, I use the word whether. Hansard, if you want to let Hansard print, I use the word whether. And I know whether. So answer whether. But Mr. Speaker, even as you know these days, Mr. Speaker, he has changed his dress. Neither have changed the way he's dressing. He's in contemplation. But his contemplation is not even in respect of this candidate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But if he finds those words offensive, why not? They can be taken away. But I preface it with whether. Thank you, Mr.
Very well. So, Honorable Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, you may do us the honors, and again, we thank God for your health. So let's Ghanaians see you. So you do us. We begin with 7A.
Budget Performance Report of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the period January to December 2021.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It will refer to the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs for consideration and report. We move to 7B.
Budget performance report of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the period January to December 2021.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs for consideration and report. We turn to 7C.
Budget performance report of the Ministry of Railway Development for the period January to December 2021.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport for consideration and report. We turn to 7D.
Budget performance report of the Ministry of Energy for the period January to December 2021.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Mines and Energy for consideration and report. We move to F by the Majority Leader. Majority Leader. F.
Budget performance report of the Public Services Commission for the period January to December 2021.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Special Budget for consideration and report. We now turn to 7G. Oh, sorry. 7FII.
Budget performance report of the National Development Planning Commission for the period January to December 2021.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. We now turn to 7G, GI, by the Chairman of the Committee. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the committee on roads and transport is not available. I was just in consultation with the ranking member. It looks like we have to stand 7G down. That is in both Roman number 1 and Roman number 2. So we stand 7G, the entirety of 7G down.
Very well. What about 7H?
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Committee Chair is also not here, and the other members are also not here. So maybe we can stand that one down as well. 7H.
Very well. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I heard leaders saying we can go to statements. A while ago, Dr. Kobna Donko, who runs the Committee on Employment and Social Welfare, was looking around to see if the chairman of the committee was around. Motion 8 and 9. So probably, Mr. Speaker, you can take note of it for tomorrow because they've been on the banner for some time, so that tomorrow, 8, 9, 10, tomorrow we can get those motions moved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But is the chairman around?
No. So tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, leader says you can revert to statements now. Leader says you can revert to statements now, with the assurance that tomorrow we can take those motions standing in the name of the Employment and Social Welfare and State Enterprises Committee. Thank you.
Very well.
So, Speaker, I guess we can go back from public business. We can recline now to do statements.
Yes. Honorable Member for Old Tafo constituency. Honorable Member for Old Tafo constituency, may you rise to give your statement on the current economic woes. Well. Whilst Honourable Member sorts himself out, may I invite a member for Kintampo North constituency, Honourable Joseph Kwame Kuma. Is he here? Yes. Let's hear you. He's not prepared. I think, let's give him time to sort himself out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to do this statement. Mr. Speaker, my statement is entitled Revisiting Free Compulsory Universal Basic Education, FQ for short, a constitutional imperative. Mr. Speaker, FQ is defined as free compulsory universal basic education. This educational program saw implementation in 1995 under the late Jerry John Lorry's administration, and further implementation boosted in 2005 by the Akufo-Addo administration. The focus of the program was to achieve a high rate of children going to school after attaining school-going aid for free without any cost bearing to parents or guardians. This program had many objectives, which included steps to expand and promote good and quality education through basic education, as well as to supply materials and infrastructure that is teaching and learning adequately in all public schools in the country. Article 38, subsection 2 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, the government shall, within 2 years after Parliament first meets after the coming into force of this Constitution, draw up a program for implementation which, within the following 10 years, for the provision of free, compulsory, and universal basic education. In this regard, I would like to use this opportunity to eulogize the late President John Evans Attire, under whose tenure Ghana recorded 8.14%. That's in 2011. In terms of education expenditure per GDP ratio, one of the highest in the history of Ghana. Recently, Ghana allocated 3.6% in 2021 and 3.5% in 2022 of its GDP to education, which are below the UNESCO threshold of 4%. Mr. Speaker, expenditure on basic education declined by 15 percentage points between 2008 and 2020 to the advantage of other subsectors, especially secondary education. For instance, while basic education expenditure has as a percentage of total education expenditure reduced from 55.7% in 2008 to 40% in 2020 over the same 12-year period. Secondary education share of the education expenditure increased from 9.8% to about 25%. Government allocation to basic education continued to spread downwards through total allocation to education in the national budget on the increase 14% in 2022 over 2021. The declining investment in basic education is affecting the access and completion, especially in deprived districts. According to the Ministry of Education, there are a total of 15,391 primary and 11,383 junior high schools in the country, meaning some 4,008 primary schools do not have access to junior high schools. One of the indicators of equitable access is primary to junior high school transition. It measures the rate at which primary children progress to junior high schools. The Ministry of Education set a target of 99% for primary to junior high in 2021, baseline of 94.3% in 2016-2017. As of 2020, however, national attainment rather declined to 92.5%, below the baseline, with the northern region recording 72%, meaning close to a third of primary school pupils drop out, are not able to continue to junior high schools in the northern region. According to the Ministry of Education, there are a total of 15,391 primary and 11,383 junior high schools in the country. The GES classification of 60% of primary schools in the northern region causes people to commute for very long distances to school, causing dropouts, especially among girls. Mr. Speaker, there is about 1.3 million learners in senior high schools. 7.4 million Ghana cedis was allocated by GET Fund to senior high schools in 2021, and disbursement shot up to 100 million Ghana cedis. That is 135% increase in expenditure for the senior high schools. However, same time, basic education with over 7 million terms, with 7 million learners, was allocated only 66 million Ghana cedis. As government of Ghana disbursed only 25 million, representing only 37% of allocation. That is basic education, received only a quarter. This explains why about 5,400 schools are under trees and 40% of basic school people lack desks and chairs in schools. The sum effect is poor basic school infrastructure, leading to poor quality education. Mr. Speaker, the situation in my constituency, Kintampo, which is also a deprived one, is not too different. There are 15 schools under trees and 21 primary schools without junior high schools, with these school children traveling between 10 to 12 kilometers a day to access education. After 65 years of independence, Mr. Speaker, and the abundance of natural resources the country is blessed with, this will not be the plight of any Ghanaian child. Mr. Speaker, with current statistics showing that about 5,400 schools are schools under trees, sheds and dilapidated structures across the country without adequate desks and ventilation, there's an urgent infrastructure deficit which needs to be addressed. Unfortunately, the recent introduction of the free senior high policy has worsened the situation since the government concentration has been on secondary education to the neglect of basic education. In as much as the free senior high school policy is a bold and ambitious initiative which must be commended, it is expected that such initiative will be built on very strong basic education foundation. For the Bible tells us in Matthew 7:24-27 to build our house on the rock, so that when the rain comes, it shall not be blown away. We as a nation will be deceiving ourselves if we believe that putting all our eggs on secondary education will enable positive benefits when the basic education system is weak. As is often said in information technology parlance, garbage in, garbage out. And if I am allowed to plagiarize the ever-popular statement made by Osadifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah on the eve of Ghana's independence, I wish to state unequivocally that free senior high school is meaningless unless it is linked to the strong basic education foundation. Mr. Speaker, primary education consistently accounted for the largest share of education expenditure before 2015, when it was overtaken by spending on junior high school, senior high schools, and tertiary education. This raises concerns about the equity of public spending because children from poor households rarely make it through to senior high school and tertiary education. With about 22% of students not being able to complete junior high school nationally, as of 2020, there will exist huge gaps in terms of access and completion of basic education, meaning significant number of children who will not be able to benefit from the free senior high school policy because they are unable to complete their basic education. Mr. Speaker, it is very critical for government to adopt a composite school design for basic schools, which incorporates the KG, primary and junior high school, to prevent the situation of having over 4,000 primary schools without junior high schools in future. Second, the Ministry of Education must develop an infrastructure plan to provide all primary schools with junior high schools by 2025, as the ministry is currently in the process of developing new medium-term strategy for the period 2022-2025. Mr. Speaker, considering that 67% of the current education budget goes to payment of salaries and 25% on goods and services, the remaining 80% for capital expenditure is woefully inadequate to bridge the existing gap. It is important to note that the already meager 8% for infrastructure covers all levels of education, namely basic, secondary, and tertiary levels. This, coupled with the capping of the securitization of the GET fund receivables, has also drastically reduced the total available funding for expansion of education infrastructure. This clearly shows how gloomy the picture looks in terms of bridging the infrastructure gap in order to expand access at the basic education level. This is why I make the clear call on the Ministry of Finance to uncap the GET fund and free resources for financing the construction of junior high schools in all primary schools, especially junior high schools in deprived districts where close to 30% of primary graduates are dropping out due to the lack of junior high schools. Mr. Speaker, I would like to sound this caution that until we build a strong foundation in terms of quality, access, stability, basic education, and investment into free senior high school education will come with the little returns the nation needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honourable members, I'm inviting 2 from each side, including leadership. 2 from each side, including leadership. Let me first and foremost come to member for Padaso.
Honourable Speaker, I'm grateful to you for the privilege, opportunity for me to contribute to the statement made by my colleague on the other side. If I heard him correctly, his statement was based on F-cube, free compulsory universal basic education. Mr. Speaker, I agree with him in some respects. For example, they need to build this policy, which is a constitutional provision on a strong or robust basic education. For me, there's no brainer in this. But the impression should not be created as if free compulsory universal basic education, F-cube, is not being done well. Because if the argument is that the free senior high school policy is meaningless, as he said, unless it is linked up to a strong basic education, then by extension, he is even indicting our entire school system, the basic, secondary, and also tertiary. Because if the basic is not strong, as he's alluding to, then it means that at the tertiary level, we wouldn't have students who have the quality to be there. I think that the focus rather should have to be on, for example, access. We are talking about the fact that basic education must be universal, free, and compulsory. How do we ensure access? For me, that is very important. Access in rural areas. How do we ensure that most of our kids, or all of our kids in rural areas, get opportunity to have education at that level? Areas that are deprived or vulnerable areas, how do you make sure that we make provision for them in terms of providing infrastructure for them to have education? Because the more we open up access, the more we are making sure that most of our kids who are left behind get opportunity to be educated. I mean, that is the focus, that should have been the focus of his statement, and not to attack a policy like free senior high school that also has benefits. I wouldn't stand here and come to the conclusion that everything is all right with the free senior high school. I wouldn't say that, because I'm a pragmatist. There are issues, but there are gains. We must also talk about the gains. What that free senior high school achieved for those rural areas who will have got the opportunity to attend some of the prestigious schools is a benefit. The access that has been created for over 1.2 million people, it is a plus. Let's applaud it. So if you say that the policy is meaningless unless it is linked up with strong basic education, then, Mr. Speaker, you are not being fair to the Ghanaian people. I agree that education is the engine of growth and development for every country. So all that we have to do as a nation to ensure that everybody gets education should be the focus of every government. And I think that this government has taken the challenge and is pursuing this agenda to ensure that we have a literate, determined youth who can help us to navigate ourselves away from the challenges that have bedeviled us over the years. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we have always had issues in almost all the sectors of our economy. Education is no exception. Without free senior high school, there were issues in education, but we couldn't resolve all of them. So under this policy, there will be issues. Talk about the gains. Don't rubbish the policy. For me, that is the focus I want us to approach interventions and policies that we introduce into this country. In applauding him for the effort of making this statement, parental involvement is also key when it comes to F-cube. How are we encouraging parents? There are some parents who think that because they are poor, they shouldn't even educate their children. But you don't have to be rich to educate your children. You must tell the parents. Parents in our areas, the children on our market. How do we encourage them that if you sacrifice and educate your child, you are producing the next president of this country. You are producing somebody who can help us have a bright future as a country. This should be the angle that we need to be looking at. The speaker, in this life, everything, every policy, everything in this life have two sides, positive and negative. Everything. The speaker, this one serves a useful purpose. It can also serve a devastating purpose. Does it mean that we have to throw away the phone? We must cash in on the positives and reduce the negatives. That is how we build societies. Mr. Speaker, on that score, I want to thank you for the opportunity for me to add my voice to my good friends' statements and implore governments and those in opposition, our friends, to come together and ensure that Ghana wins. When Ghana wins, all of us wins. When Ghana fails, all of us will fail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let me give the opportunity to the ranking member first. So, ranking member for the case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity given to me to comment on the statement made by the member for Kintampo North, Honorable Joseph Kwame Kuma, on the compulsory universal basic education as part of our constitutional requirements. Mr. Speaker, basic education is the foundation of education in this country. Without basic education, you cannot build upon it. That's why it is very, very important that the necessary attention is paid to basic education in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, my observation over the years, and in the last 6 years or so, or 7 years, is that attention has been shifted from basic education to the secondary and the tertiary levels of education. This is because budgetary allocation to basic education is dwindling, is falling. And if much attention is not paid, then we'll have a problem there. This is because the number of learners at the basic level is higher than those at the tertiary and the secondary level. So if we are reducing budgetary allocation to basic education, then we are not paying much attention to basic education in the country. Mr. Speaker, that is why if you go to our basic schools now, we have infrastructure problem. Many of our schools are operating under structures that are not good. Some are even under trees, dilapidated structures. So there's a need for us as a nation to take a critical look at basic education. It's not only paying the teachers who will be in the school and the students or the pupils be in the school, but what do? We need to provide the necessary infrastructure. Common 6-unit classroom block, some schools in this country don't have. Even kindergarten blocks, they don't have. Talk alone about furniture. They carry kitchen stools to school. And I'm sure many of us have been seeing this on television. And as a nation, at this time of our independence, we don't need to be seeing those pictures on our television sets. We must do something about it as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, years ago, those of us who attended school in the villages, we did very, very well. But these days, it is the reverse. You would rather see those in the cities now doing better than those in the rural areas. Because the conditions in the rural areas have worsened. And teachers are not being motivated to work hard in the rural areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the maker of the statement that attention must be paid. But it is a collective effort that we need to do so that we can change the narrative at the basic level. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the funding of our schools, every year we have budgetary allocation for capitation grants. For almost 2 academic years now, Mr. Speaker, the capitation grant has not been going to the schools. And these are sums of money that they use to do minor repairs, buy some materials for the schools. But the Ministry of Finance is not releasing funds to the Ministry of Education to disburse to the schools for the payment of capitation grants. So some of the heads of the schools even manage their schools from their own pockets, from the meager salaries that are paid to them. There is a need for us as a house to put pressure on the Ministry of Finance to make sure that at least the capitation grant that is needed to run the basic schools is released to them. Mr. Speaker, there is also the need for accountability at the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education is one of the ministries that benefits from donor funding. We have the Ghana Accountability Learning Output Program, GALOP. Much money is sent there by the donors like the World Bank. How effectively and efficiently are we using those funds? And are we monitoring as a ministry, are we monitoring the disbursement of such funds? Because if donors give us money and we don't even provide audit report in time, so that will encourage them to give us more, then I don't think we are doing any good to this nation. So, Mr. Speaker, we as a nation must wake up, and the Minister for Education, the Minister of Education must lead this fight so that we will be able to restructure our basic education system, not making it a 6-year secondary or 3 years junior high school, but the provision of facilities that they need so that they can do better. Because if we don't give them the foundation, even if they go to the senior high school, they will not be able to do well. Because we go to the rural areas now, even how to read is a very big problem in our basic schools, and we need to fight that from now, headlong. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes. From which constituency?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Very Speaker.
To contribute to this very important statement.
Honourable Member, I was just asking your constituency.
For Etsimokwa in the Central Region.
Very well.
It is a constituency that we enjoy 2 paramountcy. Once you get to Etsimokwa, you definitely will see the difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute this very important statement made by my friend, very good friend for that matter. Mr. Speaker, if you're listening carefully to the statement made by my friend, he's talking about revisiting the basic education in our country and to make sure that we build a foundation that better, education can be attained by our country. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure aspect of our basic education, you know it, I know it, that it is not good at all. Not long ago, His Excellency Professor Mills' time, there was this program of trying to eliminate schools on the tree. Mr. Speaker, if you come to my constituency, there are so many of these infrastructures that are left to rot. Some of them are 6 classroom unit blocks, 12 classroom unit blocks, that the contractor starts. And then for some, whatever reasons, they are left to rot, they are not completed, the kids are not having access to those infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, these are the things that we're talking about, and it is very serious. The teachers that are posted to the rural areas, for example, to handle the basic schools, Mr. Speaker, you realize that they would either run away because there's no infrastructure, electricity, water, basic things for the tutors to be able to enjoy, and in order to stay to teach our children, and therefore they run away. These are the things we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, look at our basic schools. You are counting over 7,000 kids. How many of them are able to progress to the senior high school? Why don't we rather build the infrastructure, the basic, in order to make sure that we have a solid basic so that they will be able to progress into the secondary schools and the universities, and then we can have well-educated people to build our society. Mr. Speaker, ask any of us in this room, as members of parliament and those who can pay fees, how many of us are putting our kids in government basic schools, Mr. Speaker? And why isn't government able to make sure that the basic schools are doing well? This is what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. You can go to the basics, you can find out whether the textbooks are really going to the basic schools, whether they've reached the learning infrastructure, the learning aid, Mr. Speaker. This is what our good friend is talking about. And the statement is making we must take very serious. What is the government allocation into the basic schools in order to make the basic schools attractive? How do you make senior high free, of which I am all for? Of course, I am all for. And leave the basic schools unattended to? How do you build the beginning of reading, mathematical understanding and science understanding from the basic school when the infrastructure is not properly built there, Mr. Speaker? And so what we're doing is that we are only naming ourselves, that we're going to school, and at the end of the day we are not achieving anything. How can this country progress when the generations and generation years unborn cannot boast on government-ruled schools, government-controlled schools? If government is not able to make basic schools attractive, and then we send our kids to private schools, Mr. Speaker, that is an indictment on government. It is my prayer and my hope that, number one, that will give credence and attention to the infrastructure in the basics, especially the rural areas, Mr. Speaker. We will train our teachers properly and send them and give them the basic infrastructure and the learning aid, Mr. Speaker, for them to be able to train out our kids. Otherwise, what we're doing is that we produce a lot of people pass through our basic school, they get to the secondary schools, they are not able to read properly, they are not able to write properly, they are not able to put 1 + 1 is equal to 2 together properly, and that is the problem, Mr. Speaker. The feeding program we talk about is even collapsed. You go to so many schools in the villages and then the feeding program is not there. The things that they feed our kids with is even very terrible. How do you learn? How do you get better understanding? Kids go sit in a classroom and learn properly when they are not well fed. Mr. Speaker, can we revisit providing school uniform standards like His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was doing, to be able to give good meaning to the basic schools that we're talking about? There is no country whatsoever that can progress, that can develop without giving good attention to education, Mr. Speaker. You know, my heart breaks when I go to some of the schools and I see the conditions that our kids are in. Some of the infrastructures that we see are leaking. Some of them are just deteriorated. And this is what we learn under. This is what the kids are supposed to learn under. The tutors are not getting motivation and therefore they are not able to teach well. Mr. Speaker, our educational sector can only be well built. Meaning can only be given to our educational sector properly if the basic schools are taken good care of, if infrastructure is being invested into, if learning aids are being invested into, if the kids are motivated to learn. Mr. Speaker, the maker of this statement did a good job and we need to applaud him. I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very beautiful statement, and God bless you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Well. So the last is the leader.
The Speaker.
Honorable, I said 2-2. We've had 2 here, and
the Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to also support the statement that has been read by the Honourable Member for Kintampo North. The Speaker, my understanding of the statement is that the member is drawing attention to the fact that investment in infrastructure that should really propel the free compulsory basic education and also even the senior higher education. We should have a second look at them to see that we do the appropriate investment in that. So, Mr. Speaker, on account of that, I believe that the statement is worth supporting. Speaker, all of us do recognize that education is a right and not a privilege. And that indeed is the language that the Constitution in Article 25 employs. Speaker, if you indulge me, I would just want to read Article 25(1) of the Constitution, which provides, all persons shall have the right to equal educational opportunities and facilities. And with a view to achieving the full realization of that right, basic education shall be free, compulsory, and available to all. Speaker, so the Constitution makes education a right and not a privilege. And it says it should be made available and accessible to all. Availability, Speaker, in terms of infrastructure is a sine qua non. And the colleague is drawing attention to the fact that as of yet, nationwide, there is a deficit of close to 5,000 schools. And he says these are categorized as schools under trees, sheds, and dilapidated structures across the country. The Speaker, and if the statistics is right, then certainly we should draw attention from all of us, including in particular the ministry responsible for education, to have serious introspection on this. Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, when we were talking about the deficit in schools infrastructure, I think the figure that we quoted was 4,000. The member has added dilapidated structures and also schools under trees and also schools existing in sheds. And that is what he says, total 5,400. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, these are significant numbers. And I agree with him that when we began to focus on the free senior high, looks like we lifted our foot off the accelerator pedal. And because of that, the schools under trees, the numbers are bloating up. We have to look at that. Mr. Speaker, of course, population increase means that if we don't attend to the deficit on time, they will keep escalating. And that is why we should be mindful of the development and attend to that. Speaker, investment and development of human capital should be the prime consideration of us in developing the country. And so I agree that we have to have a second look. Speaker, but the deficit is not only in infrastructure, it also exists in trained teachers, because once we move beyond the municipalities and the metropolitan areas, we are confronted with the situation where many of the schools are under the direction of pupil teachers, untrained teachers. They are providing some service. But, Mr. Speaker, if we have to focus on real education, certainly we should have trained teachers manning all these schools. Mr. Speaker, the member has also given some statistics. I guess some of them may not be correct. on page 2 of the statement, Mr. Speaker, page 2, the second paragraph. It says, Mr. Speaker, there is about, or maybe should I say, there are about 101.3 million learners in senior high schools. 7.4 million Ghana cedis was allocated by Get Fund to the senior high schools in 2021. It cannot be right. It cannot be right. What was allocated was over 70 million. You are saying that it's about 7.4 million. Mr. Speaker, so we should look at the statistics because it's a serious matter that he has raised, and to the extent that it's going to go into the Hansard and be captured as part of our records, I will entreat you to look at some of the figures that we have given. Some of them are inaccurate, so that it becomes a reference point, because some of the statistics that we're giving really are quite good, and it should serve as a source document for all of us. And to that extent, please cross-check with some of the figures that you have given. Some of them really don't add up. But in essence, what you have done is a good quality research, and I must commend you for what you have done. Mr. Speaker, with that, I just want to add my voice to the request of the member that we should have a second look at the development of our educational infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we take a second statement?
Mr. Speaker, I thought you gave an indication that there are 3 statements. We can take the second statement and then.
Very well. So, honorable members, we bring statement to a close and we thank the maker of the statement and all the contributors. So, leader, any indication?
Speaker, the statements that are with you, the 2 of them are important statements. I will plead that they circulate the statements amongst members so that tomorrow when we come to consider them or debate them, members will be contributing from a very informed position. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, I would want to move that we adjourn today's proceedings until tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon. As so move. But, Mr. Speaker, before that, I think it's important to also clarify that item number 7E on the other paper, item 7E on the other paper, page 3, the paper, that's the budget performance report of the Ministry of Finance for the period January to December 2021. My attention has been drawn to the fact that it was late on May 25th, 2022. So it was inadvertently restated, so it will not be programmed again. Mr. Speaker, so I move that we adjourn until tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon.
Yes, honorable available leader, member for Wa Central. Can you hear you? The motion has been moved for an adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to second the motion, but to indicate that the reference made by the majority leader about the incorrectness of a statement he made, he has adequate references upon which he made those statements. So he's wondering how it happened. But Mr. Speaker, in the absence of any other business, I second the motion.
Very well. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. The question is, as many as are in favor that the House is adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I thank all of you for your cooperation, and the House stands adjourned.
With over 40 years of experience as a supporter with 6 World Cup appearances, Abraham Boakye has become the face of national team support in this country and beyond. He has received multiple awards from FIFA and CAF for hoisting high the flag of Ghana at various tournaments. Today I speak to the man who has become the face of national team support in this country. One-man supporter, Abraham Boakye, is my guest on this edition of Sports Check. And once we come back from this break, we talk about his experience and of course, the 2022 World Cup. This is Sports Check, and I am Perez. Let's welcome. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and one-man supporter is my guest. One man, Obi, baby, I say, a shot saying, a band saying, we develop a salary for support.
In short, many football no fact. But yes, careful. We try from primary school, middle school, about secondary school, we same secondary. We try. I was the best dressed player. We go to my host. We all primary name now. We go to my host because we didn't ball. We yarn your game in dream ball. The best since no me sports captain. The ball and go hand Jesse or I could test myself. Satan was father in a village. I see big former German since or whom said yes, I did not pay myself. And our doctor said, and from there, no, could have bought to be on the call, by a couple African couple that be on the call. Until the bass said, the Pucuntino, Pucovie, Francisco, me, as I could see up here, Moba. Jota Moon never be yet enough. In Jomko National Camp, near my crime is made community baby. No one yet big Billy by no one yet do as I can pull by Uniba. Jumbo 15 minutes. Full time, no 15 minutes to full time, near my baby, Polo Nivasa. Sarah was happy and I been Billy, so the same thing I have all the history. Timu the memoir, Domo could be baby. And I'm not quite too quick about she. Yes, can I buy fitted? Then we scan. But it that's not going to be an amateur taking teachers. Maybe a quality normal. But government no family can't triple. But I'm trying take up no more. Unfortunately, you could on there is an inquiry and then Bob chanting of England or air pandit or more common trains. Must be. This is a lone ranger. One person supporting the whole country and they are winning. One man supporting. The flag against Brazilian 5,000 supporters because Ecuador and Brazil they share border. Sure. So they came in numbers, by buses. To one put jackets here. The Miss Mo said the flag not cool now. Masamba. Called Masamba never come and dance so Negane Shebusaka Moshe. So I was a Lone Ranger. One person supporting the whole country and they're winning. That's one man support.
It's not a winner.
And then we do a graphic in this petition and publish it. 1 man supporter himself. It's not the me.
Why? I mean, from that time I've been seeing it.
Yes.
Why? But
I catch a very good show, man. The engine. So we go my name as here. Can we go my name as that? The every year. In Shutdown, and then come for, and I said, on my mom. Yeah, so you should frame there. The Madrid is now starting.
Okay.
From the new dimension, this is just only the beginning. I'm going to give the best out of me. Sure. Let's support Ghana and do against St.
What kind of first work out?
94, America.
Okay.
But the Ghana qualified, but
it's not now supporting country.
Oh, because heavy.
Oh, okay.
In America, there you can't leave them. Just a brother support one. And the data Cameroon Suya there.
Okay.
So the Cameroon Suya there with Jamaica, near Jam Africa.
So now we stadium time now. Shares are going.
Go or saying no.
Okay.
Time Yakin money woman passing now. Say government didn't koi abla. Nye if you coaching that koi. Jama no place no. Jaros. Don't man pass gra. 98 France into the Korea. That Ghana qualified. 2002 Japan Korea. In Nigeria for the Korea. 2006 Germany. Qualified.
Remember Germany.
Yes.
Fire code through process now started after Ghana qualifying. Process been a similar now. We Germany as supporters.
I dear Ghana for Germany no dear. I dear we are seeing in any soy. The first time, at least, it me share Czech Republic. It's a wake up no. So we are down or first match ya. It me do them.
Yeah.
Italy share you know. A man nefisi abemo. But Ghana me share the best team in Europe that time, Czech Republic, the best team. It me show mo Cologne. Ejijinai, it me go America. Because ye janye pa na akwara obewo no. It me suma dan ko. Because ya omati Brazil. Then Ronaldo no na de ade nyina kan utibo ma. Omusi umtasia. Eno kra no. Unfortunately for Ghana, Asian names or yellow card me no. And only the problem is Asian. Jam midfield park. The game will be a different results.
So 2006 now we say FIFA ball about
2006.
2006.
The 2010.
2010
and beyond. And no FIFA bulletin. So we.
Yeah.
FIFA bulletin 2010 beyond. No. Yes. Well, am I yako any majaya? Yako Nürnberg. The Costa America. About Dortmund. Yeah.
2006 World Cup, and then I will remember like the biggest memory from that World Cup.
The biggest memory is supporters na obia ni je obia mpra idwanyu mra yina yebo time na bring so come do bia omo niska pa no so na bring or support obia a man ye de fe a couple months can a honey who said Ghana beat my baby. And at that time, summertime, Germany so a grow up a more dead. I didn't send by 11 when we are born. Into your bomb matching we had somebody military move, Baby do Canadian sign. You know, but they may be a fe a man ye dead. And my we are seeing them who said Ghana. And near there, me Kaipa say, and you by.
All right. So this is Sports Check. We've been speaking to Abraham Boachi, a Swama supporter, who has been telling us tales about his devotion or mission as the #1 supporter of the various national teams. We are going for a break and we'll come back we delve into other issues. We're going to talk about the 2010 World Cup and the 2014 World Cup. This is Sports Check. We'll be back. Welcome back from the British Sports Check with me, Perez as well. Earlier on, we spoke about with one man support about his journey from the 1970s to 2006. Now we are going to talk about the 2010 World Cup, 2014, and also build up to 2020, where I'm very sure he'll be in Qatar, the general of the supporters of the country. One man.
Yeah.
So 2010 okay.
Oh yes.
2010 what you do?
Oh. I want the we are seeing Nancy say. And we're not to be a criticize when you have vision. That time now we are seeing our support to blasters against Uruguay. Some other countries here, Abu Dhabi, you see, Nanka. That time, the current administration of GhanaWeb Association, my grandma's so. That time is a that time, the man Ghana football. Me, with the Ghana Football Association, mommy, 2 years. I did a man. Blaster, we didn't talk baby at all that time.
But 2010, then, was the guy saying, yes,
yes.
Today, now, my year, of course, but from inside the stadium, then, my year, ma, you are seeing now who are FIFA.
Oh, say. Consistently, 2010 after the World Cup, a man who could Germany and 20 man could Germany, a World Cup, and so a koi supporters a koi. Now, your current stadium is empty. You had 160 supporters in a koi. You Boba and Parma, Germany. T-Mobile sponsor that tournament.
Yeah.
That was Glow the sponsor. Yeah, the Glow no come T-Mobile report to it. And my FIFA said Glow take it ambush marketing. Because I'm crying now, I'm crying the cameras media ni agree so. Because tell me empty any only Bob buying. Inti the report crab blade grow. Emma, then Chama, Danuga, Emma, the lawyer friend said, a third match, my and she grew because I'm also going to find $10 million. And the FIFA who near and now who near South Africa, and no capture into a mutual report for 2010 bulletin. My case, the Ghana supporters was the best supporters in the world.
But may young go through the match and time now, you miss out on. They say penalties shootout and you enter my qualifying. I should be an hour stadium. Let's say.
Me and I say Ghana in particular, the whole continent of Africa were disappointed because now Africa is move into another level.
Yeah.
By semi-finals. It's not for Ghana, it's for the continent of Africa, 52 states, 54 states doing now. And it's because Africa are called semi-finals Spain. And that match was not only Ghana, until a lot of people were disappointed.
Who's saying?
As soon as they say it's an understatement. It's soon, just like you now you're saying opportunity to play penalties. Na Jomensa jina ho rakobo ball na ma gbe penalty sa. I say obi a oh ensure tona ne ma me kura ne bi se won so nko yi o yi ntwa no o kwa o so mo jina ho na ensure abuna kura san go yi Jomensa o di enfa bia nto nchen asa mo jan asego no but o be share ne de no the 5 kicks no Jomensa jina no abobo na ma gbe penalty no as if say he has nothing to take and ne ye me ya enya samo jan de no boy no
remember 2014 and also Okoye. I'm on the SMP by Crawford P. Can say I am supporters no can be na all the issue that happen because even the former sports minister, Free Ankara, I say or no, my advice to the current sports minister, and he said if he doesn't want to see any CV, he shouldn't send supporters to the World Cup. Was supporters leader no. Then it's see from supporters view no. Then it's see Brazil.
Chami. Question you say what been pa me boy baso. Say afisa me na o CNN and I say BBC. No. Question you say why are there pa? Why are there pa? A chief for Ghana for a prayer, a tiffy, a toyenia na for but you say a very important issue is saying it's in year pa every day. If it's a free I am if a free young cry madam for irrespective of party affiliations or madam for pa. 2 we call Jamafe Commission we cannot create I'm a Jamafe Commission Jamafe his lordship Jamafe has what am ale Elvis abo pass be save na me catch here no me catch Elvis say Elvis wake up here be koi my survey of Brazil my da ko survey ni na what you going to do they say me go for ship me go for cruise ship aba if any 4,000 bed and everything. Now baby Brazil you ball ni na no ensure na no except as a Ghana for instance from a flower no about sugar coffee no about tema no about cra then kwako winiba no ko keep cool and what you need is a cruise ship because Brazil wake up no hotels name no I am flight arrangements can be called to and fro no it's not there and let's go with cruise ship. It's cheaper and convenient. Until a friend per 6,000 a year, you fire musicians, you park crowd, throw a bit my bubble and net to and cotopuno. You baby be a crew, setting crying or officer by who's on the ship. And they could do Nata, let's say a packet shore. You bubble at the years, you buses. Na be fine na dia ko bo ya na dia ba no bia koda kanti bibia everything is the sort of room ye bo na ta wi nya kwalifa na ye ko another city a and once ship no ere etu na ko you don't need accommodation, you don't need aircraft about lifting the from another city to another city. And I'm who the on tema sem no tie go bi asem na the pan go kata nata yeah qualify another city kumasi flight I don't make away accommodation I don't make away na ni para that trip ma go do as waka ho wanti enti me call Jollof Commission me catch and say enye Elvis na dwin say next advisor nipa na influence no now a new to the ministry who nipa influence no that's the reason why man of a failure here. It will fit one fucking born in a year, but when tie a foot now Elvis Ankara no were the party full soldiers and they call Brazil and also they call South Africa. Nye supporters na a nema basabasa. Your party full soldiers are or no fees or tea a crassy now what to Abamao now obey minister now so much now Fescabra not Tronazi obe so sakura boom tefutu amedima Ghana for me the futu emidama whoever is in charge of this 2022 is there some kofa chrome for fans ebe kanwa onya Ghana for they deserve to go but don't treatment is different and to group them different place. Now group young supporters in different place. With all millions of dollars, give it to them. One your party people. But don't be flying there. Now me who's on my way $200. Now blame $50. What is the problem? But the people who don't be one. You can omunda. and the cost stadium craft, nothing, a cost stadium, my ground near Bobai, and Tracy. Almost all her ball. Almost to cheap. Almost to talk about your brain, quasi and transfer her ball. Yan for Ghana for no. Fancy no, I don't become Macono. Say it, Gwenny Munia, Boban near Sunny a year. Almost here, Chelsea, a few money. Almost to talk their brains and transfer her ball. No near, where to see. Almost Bano or Twadiabo, nice your college, who will number 10, also through. No, hey, and say, and the Quasi Ghana for them. That is the cost. Indeed. Tape number, you know, recording when you need them come Ghana for it.
Wamana 2022 no. Supporters are here now more respect.
Yeah, no. She say you're trying their band catcher. Sabanda Cassie will be a supporters, and my mom will say, your supporters will have 46 groups. Yamafe Commission or Casa and came home. And the problem by. But Yamafe Casa, and yet supporters know yet team be bringing the problem by you. A party for suggestion the problem by. What I say. But you can't want boom back home. I Ghana supporters, I've been a president. You a secretary, Kasim Awa Osman, you organizer. Mandak Usubrina, there were a security DPO, Labaran, there were OFA, there were away.
Everyone say supporters group, no. Shamaya more involving visa rackets here inside them. It is a munya slots bear 10. If you are real supporters bear 5, no more tongue can no. Side business be a Moye as be our leader now over the years. As some men have
oh, we know a fallacy. Also, be town. Usia no boring mount. With that, ye cry supporters no, ye penny palmer, ye per se a support woman. A beer, Yakofa 100, Samunche. Nay obey 46 supporters unions. Nakofa 100 here in Cha, Mimi group, Kasim group, Brilliant group. Labaran group, Summit group, Ales group, Polo group, Way group, what are you saying? We'll be a 5-5. The 5-5, no, don't bear 100, 200 now. With my overtime money. I don't credit. Yako Blazer say, for example, Yako Blazer say, Mimi group, I'm 15.
Okay.
15 by Nipa bear more than 120 active ones, you know. They kind of say, yeah, bus. Our bus in here ties 15 year child, what you do is say, Obi under the bigger craft. Now I'm fan top ties in what's your now. Omen could be, you know, and some benefit say, at least the man could be now. What do you think bigger craft? Yeah, that's what I say, good bus. Because the commission may catch it. 15, no, do the TV be a crap. You have top ties 12 bas you plus spare 14. You go as here. And now Oman Casa a balloting. Whoever wins, you know. No, oh yes, I do man could be benefit say, yeah, bas in your ties and go as here. What I say, I never crazy.
Mama, we be uncle way 22, no, 2022. Yeah. Yes, I could share Uruguay. Yeah. The name Portugal, Cristiano Ronaldo. Yeah. You sure say 2014 can. And then South Korea so ball. Yeah. Oh, predictions say there.
When you say wake up, you know, I mean, coach credit. Qualification, no crown, do a bino. Now, cry to a Thomas and Bokra on top. Let me say, ye. But it took some people like me and the musicians be Isaac Ampon, Isaiah. Jampon and Nicolas Omana Champon. No studio angel number say 1 person for demonstration and born on board one of which is I'm hiring qualifying Kofubi in the Machina the day bo Nigeria Penny doing Oscar the other day. But you see, how can I sit down for you people to come and go to demonstration? Now me tell and I'm Germany in a Cambo say government if you know. Say I'm not qualified for wake up we are. Help him more. Because President Akufo-Addo wake up no. If you stop way, Yeah.
President Amiros late or the Ekoi. John Dramani Mama, President or the Ekoi. 2018, Nana Dubai, you know. Russia and me uncle. On quite about Republicans though. When you born no more. In the 2022, Nana do soon call wake up. Like I said, the turn of office 210 no uncle office. Young Tia said that Nana must go to wake up. And the first time will be a demonstration against GFA. Yeah, press briefing was say when you say you call demonstration, you know. Now, the best thing is qualify. Say Ghana Nigeria, yeah, yes, we have two GFA for no. They call police support the other day. Yeah, and the pen will be trans no can say, Mundial very good. Then so you wake up qualification chair demonstration, you know. Sure. I then a moon train. After. Nay, nine vampire bone, Konian Kobo. The bonnet qualify we are near Jai, near Soki Wakayati. The statement say, they say no. You in fact, probably a mamma can say, one mamma, my Mama da Janye, and this is inside the with the Uncle Boy in Uncle Bo. Lucky a book, Marcia. Yes, Uncle Boy. The first time Ghana and Nigeria supporters, no, you bought friendly match against the big match. You bono Medina, which I say. Ghana supporters and Nigeria supporters. You bought 1-1, which I say. The best, the big time, the first time. And you call a draw, Marcia. It's not quite it's not quite a draw.
Osha team performance now share Uruguay, South Korea, Portugal. Osha a bit more qualified to the next stage.
Well, me problem is say yen the supporters no. Yen ya mobilize who say aband the abandonment yakubia no. They are ready to give the best out of us because the integral part of the team no. To win a match no depend on the 3 categories: playing body, technical team, and the supporters. So if these 3 things working very well, we have to have a successful match. Tiana Metaka supporters, but team, the way the team is going, in person to Mika, your quality players, but you need quality team. Okay. We took players to France, and Spain, by a young team because a elite class and players, you be who only bo, but cohesion, is not there. And a statement that the day, some kind of say, maintain free Al Jazeera, but some can say, was here senior players in the training. A coup.
One can say or much or say. About team now, maybe a beer apart from senior players now, a beer becomes some more harder than no. Be and who are guaranteed. So, obey part of the squad to one state, clearly. So, once we a senior player, they all go. The argument in said, maybe because we be a senior player, and maybe coach never considers okay, or because we a senior player now. Well,
me some comment in me and can't because we see me teen and no from Al Jazeera direct, me can be. Because I can sadia a coup, like a coup, because of cancer for the pressure to coaching. So that's as well. New players have so, and so will not be happy. Yeah, which I say be a born now, born what they know, son. So who can say? You say, oh. And yet, but me catch and say, you can't say, no, can't say, you can't do it. We knew what's in the account. No, team no dear, me dear, my debole it's not a bad team. So, yeah, no, I know. Yes, I had a day kata. Dear, ball a ball, me no, I know. Yes, I had a day kata. Because who would hear? So you can say to make up free up but see Jack to Daimua now to make up in your pet. Yeah. Yet, say, to make up over to make a day, but say Jack Tom. What I say now to make up do you crown Bunako? sana match in it. Mr. Ghana for say, you know what I can hear, but in Timo and yes, okay, there should be a transformation. All right, because your quality players more something to take. What does it? Into no every year.
All right, Mama, that's it.
So that's bad.
All right, Mama. So this is first check, and we'll wind up with a conversation with Abraham Boache, one man supporter. So come your way with another edition. I'm Perez as well. Yapon.
So these are all suggestions that we can consider. There are many things that we can do to claw back control of our economy and resolve the cyclical busts and booms we have suffered all these decades. The NDC 2020 manifesto contained many of such bold proposals that can move our country forward. These include the Big Push Infrastructural Plan, whose major plank was for the implementation of critical and relevant self-financing national economic infrastructure to facilitate our rapid socio-economic development. Currently, with the imminent IMF program, aspects of this program where priority was given to self-financing projects will be relevant in our present circumstances. Also, a well-labeled, tabled, and widely agreed consultation can approve a 10-year priority investment program. The Atuabo gas plants and the Kotoka International Airport Terminal 3 projects are examples of this model of self-financing infrastructural projects. They are yielding benefits for our nation even as we speak, and they are generating revenue and paying for themselves. These policy proposals remain as relevant today as they were at the time that they were formulated in 2020. And this government is free to adopt some of these measures as and when they please, as we have outlined tonight to save our country. In building the Ghana we want, we must all put our shoulders to the wheel. We in the NDC value the mandate that is bestowed on us periodically to govern this country, and we do not intend to ever abuse it whenever we're given the privilege by Ghanaians to form any future government. In the interim, we'll continue to play our role as a viable and responsible opposition party that keeps government in check and holds them accountable to the people. It is in that spirit that we have outlined the above measures to help resolve the economic mess we are in and bring some respite to the good people of Ghana.
What's happening, my good people? Welcome to another episode
of Diaspora Link here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Diallo Sumbri and I'm your host. We appreciate you joining us this week for another episode. We have a wonderful conversation with our guest, Viola Labby, who's from Ghana and Toronto, and now she lives in Ghana. I'm really excited about this interview. I'm really excited for you to learn more about where she's from and what she does here in Ghana. So let's dive in. Thank you for joining us on Diaspora Link. We are live on Diaspora Link with our guest this week, Viola Labby, and as we do every episode, we're going to get to know Viola a little bit before we dive into the interview. Viola?
Yes.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, this is what we call choices. Okay. I'm going to give you a few choices. You can just have to choose one, and after you choose one, tell us why.
Okay.
Very shortly.
Okay.
All right. Let's start here. Bolokotanga or Accra, and why?
Bolokotanga. It's serene, it's tranquil. There's not chaos in the same way that Accra presents chaos, and you can just think more clear. And the artisans are there too.
And the artisans are there. Okay. All right. Toronto or Ghana? Just one, and why?
Toronto.
Toronto. Why?
It kind of made me who I am.
Okay.
It structured me in a way. Yeah.
Okay. Great. No, that's it. That's it. All right. This is one of my favorites. Jollof or Wache?
Jollof.
Oh.
I'm a Jollof. Yeah. Jollof.
That wasn't even the question.
Yeah.
It's just I don't like Wache. You don't do Wache.
I don't even like rice and peas. Like West Indian style.
You don't eat rice.
I eat it, but I
just
your thing. Yeah. Jollof.
Jollof
with goat meat.
Okay, you got with Jollof pepper, specifically.
Yes.
Jollof with what I like to say. Make sure the pepper is proper. Proper pepper. All right. Okay. How about this? You're a fashionista. So let's do Versace versus Fendi.
Fendi. Fendi is a bit more sophisticated. Versace can be like the true Versace, you know. It can be almost like a sophisticated mistress in a way, like the style. Fendi is a bit more, sophisticated, like more the woman I am in terms of like the apparel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Last one. Dress or pants?
Dress.
You prefer dress?
It's just easier. Ghana's hot.
That's simple.
In Toronto, obviously pants because it's colder in the evening.
Gotcha.
In the wintertime.
Okay. So we want to thank Viola for playing choices with us. This actually was simple. She's a pro. This is actually really simple for her. But we play choices because we believe that our choices shouldn't necessarily push us further apart. They shouldn't divide us. They should bring us closer together. So even though we all make different choices every day in very basic things in our everyday life, we should learn to respect each other's choices. And as long as we respect each other's choices, we'll all get along. Right? Thank you so much. All right. Now, one more before we get into our interview. We are going to move to what we call top five. Top five. So, well, I'm going to give you, I know I'm silly. People are like this. What's wrong with this guy? I'm going to give you 5 categories.
Okay.
You need to choose one and then tell us why.
Okay.
All right. Number 1, your favorite book. Now, I'm saying favorite, but just a book that you would recommend.
Ooh. There's a book like when I was a teenager, by Nikki Giovanni. Something Storm. Was it The Quiet Storm or something?
I'm not sure.
There's a book. Oh Lord. Maybe that's cut because I don't know the title.
That's fine, but it's a book by Nikki Giovanni.
I think it's Nikki Giovanni, and it's about a young girl. I think she was in the Bronx, and at the time of reading the book, I was also coming into who I was. And in the book, the young lady, you know, she went through a whole bunch of things, and I think it's called The Quiet Storm.
The Quiet Storm, possibly by Nikki Giovanni.
Possibly.
Okay, but that's the one book that you would recommend. And you would recommend that for young girls and young boys?
Girls.
For young girls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Young women, yeah.
Young women. Okay. What was that? We did your book. Okay. favorite artist of any musical genre. So we're talking about musical artists. If you had to pick one artist, who would it be?
I love Jennifer
Of all
Hudson.
time.
All time, okay.
Just one artist.
I think Jennifer Hudson can take me there.
Wow.
Like, especially in Ghana.
Yo,
where it's needed to just, yeah.
She can sing.
There was a song she did, like, on YouTube, like, she was singing for Oprah, and it was during COVID. I think the song is called Heal or something. Like, she can just take you there when you're not expecting to be taken there, or when you don't know you need it. It's like a cold water in the Sahara. Like, she just does that for you.
She puts you there, whether you thought you needed it or not. You're there, and then you realize you need it.
For sure, Jennifer Hudson, for sure.
Got you. Okay. Favorite food. It could be a specific meal or a type of food.
A benkwai.
A benkwai.
Yeah, I'm a latte girl, so palm nut soup.
Palm nut soup is a benkwai.
With goat.
So I think we got that. We know if you got a soup or jollof, it should be goat.
Yes, but I also like palm nut soup with yam.
Okay.
I don't really like it with rice or face the wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
A benkwai.
A benkwai. Yes.
Now, so it's palm nut soup. What do you eat it with? Yam.
I like it with yam.
With yam.
Yeah,
okay.
I do. But at the house, usually it's like face the wall or fufu or something like that.
Favorite place to vacation? It doesn't have to be a place that you've been. It could be a place that you want to go.
Seychelles.
Seychelles. Okay. Why Seychelles?
I just think it's just beautiful. From what I've seen, it's just beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Last one is your favorite sport.
I did flag football in school.
Really?
Yeah. Love it. Loved it.
Yo, I would have never guessed you say flag football.
Yeah, I'm feminine now, but
we're talking about American football. We're not talking
Canadian,
Canadian American football. You run in, somebody got to pull the flag.
Yeah, I was running back. So, yeah, all through high school, and
I need to see some tape, okay?
you can call my mom. Call my mom. She'll tell you.
Mom.
I was number 26. My jersey was 26. My shirt was 25.
All throughout high school?
Yes, except for, like, OAC.
And you were running back. You got records?
I got beat up a bit. I don't know if I got records.
But that prepared you for your life now.
Yes,
so
I was running.
These people here don't know that you used to be a running back. So
I'll take you down.
They got to come tougher than they become.
Yes.
All right, we want to thank Viola for playing our top 5. We suggest that as you get to know people in the diaspora from different cultures, from different places, one easy way to kind of get to know who people are, what they like, what they don't like. Ask them what their top 5 is. What's your top 5? Let's get into the interview and dive into more about Viola Labby, where she's from in Ghana, where she's been, what she's doing now, and anything else she wants to share. And we are back with another episode of Diaspora Link, and I am here with our guest for today, Miss Viola Labby. Viola.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. I think
this is going to be a fun interview because we know each other in real life, right?
Yes, we do.
And we do some work together, but I promise you I'm going to find out something new about you in this interview. Okay, so let's start here. What part of Ghana are you from?
Latte.
You're from Latte?
Both parents.
Both parents from Latte? Ooh.
I know.
Wow.
And did you know we're the Aborigines of Ghana? So let it be known.
Okay, so
we were
talk to me a little bit about that.
The first settlers in Ghana.
Who is we?
Latte people.
Latte people were the first settlers in Ghana from?
I believe it's from Nigeria or like that direction.
Really? I know a little bit of something about Latte. I spent some time in Latte.
I know you have.
I'm not going to get into that right now.
Yes.
But mother and father from Latte. So that means Akan? Does that mean Akan?
Well, it does, yes. It does.
It means that so Akan is a language?
Latte is a language. Latte is also the town.
Right. So I know Latte is a town. Latte is a language. I didn't know Latte is actually a language. And Akan is an ethnic group or a tribe, right?
Ethnic group.
It's an ethnic group. Okay, cool. And so tell us how you got from Latte to Canada and back to Ghana. Let's just take us through the whole story.
So I was actually born in Toronto.
Okay, you're born in Toronto.
Yeah, we were coming back.
No, a friend of mine has corrected me for all my people in Toronto. Because I was saying Toronto. And he was like, bro, you cannot say Toronto. The second T is silent. So
Toronto.
Toronto. All right.
Yeah, so born and raised in Toronto. And I've been coming to Ghana. My family has been, my sisters and I have been coming to Ghana. I think we started when Ghana turned 50.
Okay.
So my parents had an early retirement, so one of us would go back and forth, kind of check on my parents, check on the house, and go back. I think my most recent trip was 5 years ago.
Okay.
And I realized, okay, there's a magnet. I think all of us feel it. There's a magnet when you come. No matter what sector you're from, no matter what you do, there's just something spiritual. There's something that pulls you back to, whether it's the continent, but myself and my experience is just Ghana.
Okay.
And so, primarily we would just check on my parents and go back. But 3.5 years ago, during Easter, we got a call from my mom saying, your dad had a stroke. And my dad and
Sorry to hear that.
Thank you. My dad and I were like this. And so I didn't even really think about it. I just booked a flight. I was staying with my aunt over Easter weekend, booked a flight and went to Ghana the next day. And all of us, like my siblings and I, we all came to support my mom and my dad just at the hospital. And he ended up later passing away. So before he passed away, thank you, he was on palliative care. And, just the motions of not really a culture shock, but just how things are done in Ghana, how healthcare can be a different experience here as opposed to Canada.
In Toronto.
Yeah, in Toronto. So, through that, because of the Odra Festival and a few other things happening in the community, we were forced, my mom was forced to stay in Ghana because my dad, they weren't allowing burials.
Okay, at that time.
At that time, yeah. So there's a festival and there was other things happening with my uncles that we weren't allowed to leave. And so my sisters were able to leave. They, both have, I'm an entrepreneur. My sisters both work formally. Universities or whatever. And so I came back. Actually, no, I stayed. Sorry. I stayed and just, did the best I could and just...
You still helping mom out?
Yeah, and just not working at the time, but just, being frozen because my dad was like one of the most important, he still is one of the most important people to me.
Right.
But also trying to maneuver because Ghana can be a culture shock once you come to Ghana for that type of reason and experience the funeral process here. It's just different.
Very different. Very different. Steeped in tradition, steeped in culture, steeped in very different from the U.S. where if somebody passes, you contact the funeral home. They give you an available date.
Yes.
Once you get the available date, you send out the messages and everybody comes to the funeral home. You go to and it's done.
Yes.
But Ghana is very, as you said, very different with it. And coming from Latte, I'm sure you guys there was a lot of protocols that you had to follow, especially during a time like Odra. So what year was that when you first came back?
Gosh.
Well, let's say, because you were born in Toronto.
Yeah.
So how old were you when you first came to Ghana, like your first trip?
I think it was like 8.
8. And then was it annually, biannually, pretty much?
No, from when I was 8 until Ghana at 50. So I think I was like maybe 19 or 20 or something like that. And then I was like, and connected with cousins that were also my age. I have a cousin, Valerie, that was here. And so we formed a bond and, she encouraged me to come back. And also my uncles, a lot of my uncles were on this, come back to diaspora, like, we need you, we want you to come back, take over what your parents are doing. And I actually suggest that to people now because of my own experience. Don't come back when you're forced to come back because a parent has died. If you do have that desire, come back now, even if you do stay for 3 weeks or 4 weeks. But yeah.
And so is there a big Ghanaian community in Toronto?
Yeah.
It's a humongous
Yeah.
So you never really felt, being born in Toronto, traveling back and forth since I guess you were 8 years old, you never really felt like Ghana was far away or you missed it. It was never a foreign thing like, I know I'm from there, but it's all the way over there because you were connected at home in Toronto in the Ghanaian community and you were traveling
somewhat.
from there?
Yeah, somewhat. Like my parents were part of this group called the Latte Awebe group. So there's a clinic in Latte right now. So my parents worked with an association and also with churches, and they sent mattresses up to the clinic and renovated the clinic. And so there was always a connection. I was very young to kind of be cognizant of it. I would say I really kind of fell in love with Ghana in my late 20s.
Partying?
No, just connecting with family.
I got you. Yeah, I shouldn't have assumed that.
No, it's fine. Yeah, just connecting with family and trying to get into business because my parents worked. My dad was a draftsman for Sears. My mom was a nurse, and so on the side, my parents imported shea butter, imported textiles. Like, so it was like Ghana was also always present in the house at some moment. Whether it was Saturdays, my dad would be playing like Amachi Dede. Like, it was something. There was always some element of Ghana in the home.
And so there was that entrepreneurial spirit there.
Yes,
too.
It was that hustle, like, you know, working. And so I think that's what kind of drew me into Ghana as well. And also fashion. Just seeing the beginning of the supply chain in certain areas where I've worked in the end of the supply chain with Nordstrom and Burberry.
So that's what you did in Toronto?
Yeah, I worked in Toronto. I worked at Burberry. I was working CVM, so customer volume management.
Okay.
You kind of measure the algorithms of shopping propensities.
Okay.
It's data. It's in the store, but you're also working with data.
Okay.
And then Nordstrom was designer handbags.
Okay.
Which was quite an experience, but you know, it taught me so much.
And you did that in Toronto before, so you were doing that while you were traveling back and forth. You were still doing that?
Nordstrom, I was.
Okay.
Because 2-week vacation, come back, go back.
Gotcha.
That kind of thing. Like, you know, if you get time off, you just figure out something to do on your time off.
Do you miss Toronto?
Now I'm beginning to. My nieces are getting older, and you know, communicating with them via WhatsApp video is limiting. Like, you know, you want to touch, you want to feel. I have a few friends that, you know, they've either gotten married or have children, and you want to, you know.
But is it Toronto, or is it the people in the community in Toronto, or is it a little bit of both?
It's a little bit of both. Sometimes I miss a different type of structure. Sometimes I miss when things are...
What is that? Do you drink coffee?
No.
You don't drink coffee?
No.
Oh, because I was going to say, you know, I don't know anything about Canada, right? I'm learning. And this is, I always get clowned because I say all I know is Moose, what's that, Tim Hortons coffee, and Drake.
Oh, God.
I know, it's the worst, right? The Raptors are, you know, like,
yes.
but no, one of my good friends is from Toronto. He's teaching me, and I told him I'm going to spend some time with him in Canada, and I'm trying not to continue to be the ignorant American about Canada and Canadian culture. So, in your travels, working with Nordstrom, working with fashion, traveling back and forth to Ghana, has that taken you to other countries on the continent of Africa?
No.
So, have you ever been outside of Ghana?
No.
Really?
No, never.
So,
I want to.
But
we have a mutual friend that was trying to get me to go, but I think because when I was working in Ghana, when I first started, I was on contract. And the 3 major roles I've had have been contracts. So you weren't permitted to actually leave the country.
Got you. Okay.
Just to travel within it. Like when I was at Versace, on the weekends, I would go to the north, either pick up orders or to manage an order, come back with my suitcase, straight into work.
But while you were, so we didn't even get to.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Because anybody who's listening heard you say Versace, so we're going to talk about that. But what I wanted to do right now is something that you're not expecting, so just do your best, okay?
Okay.
All right. So here we go. Now is what we call Africa in 60. Africa in 60 is where we asked our guests to name as many African countries as they can in 60 seconds.
Okay. Starting now?
Look. She got all 54. I promise y'all I did not prep her for this, but she's just very confident. Okay, start now. How you want to do it? Sir? All right. Do we got our timer? Okay.
Do I get a prize, or like, is there cash?
It's like you get social clout. The viewers who watch are going to be like, good job. They're going to leave comments. Good job. Great job.
That's good.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
But maybe I'll figure out something later. Maybe we can figure something out. You're the first person that asked that. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
South Africa, Zambia, Namibia, Morocco, Mauritius, Seychelles, Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. Did I say Senegal?
Nope.
Okay, Senegal. Let me go to the side. Rwanda, Uganda, Djibouti, Eritrea, Somalia.
You can go north.
I already said Morocco, Egypt, although they don't think they're African. Oh, geez.
There's a country next to Egypt.
Who do I even know?
To the east and the west.
Okay, I think I'm done. Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done.
We still got more time.
Okay.
We still got more time.
Where's my phone?
You can't use the phone.
Okay, no,
4,
this is shameful. I should know
3,
this. Wait.
2.
I'm trying to think of the Africa Free
1.
Trade.
Okay, stop. Good job. I think I counted about 17. I counted about 17. That's not horrible. You didn't expect it, and you know, everybody's
You should
not
have told me
looking at
before
the
we did this.
That's why I don't. That's exactly why I don't. Okay, so Africa in 60. We love to play this game. We want all of our viewers to remember that Africa is a continent. 54 countries, different languages, different cultures, different protocols. So as we begin to look around the world and look through the diaspora, let's remember that there are different African people all over the continent. All right? Cool. Okay, so
Botswana. I just remembered Botswana.
the time is up. You can't add Botswana.
Shoot.
All right, so you mentioned Versace. Now, I think when I met you, you were working at the Galleria, managing the Versace shop. So talk a little bit, and you brought Versace here, correct? Okay, tell me a little bit. Tell me the story about the guy. This was in 2019 during the year of return when you guys opened, right?
1 year before that.
What, 2018? So talk to us about working with the Kempinski, Galleria, Versace. Like, you had to be in high demand. You managed the Versace shop in Ghana. All of these ballers out here? Maybe not. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I heard about the role. I was at a restaurant, and Nadia from Sai Wine, great lady.
Yes.
She just started engaging and said, you know, what do you do? What did you do? I hear you have an accent type of thing. I'd let her know. At that time, I was working for Nordstrom, and I let her know. Actually, I worked for Nordstrom at that time because I'd already moved to Ghana full time. And she said, hey, you know, I know the recruiter for the role. Let me connect you. She connected me, spoke to her, and then I was introduced to the owner of the shop. So the shop is not owned by the Kempinski itself. It's owned by a member of the management team.
Okay. Is it Ghanaian owned?
No.
Okay.
Had my interview, and he's like, okay, when are you going to start? I was like, wow, okay. So I came into the store.
That's a nice job interview when you finish and they say,
it wasn't much of it. It was just, what do you want? And
you're the one.
Yeah, and I had questions, but it was like, just start. And a lot of diasporans have that experience too.
Okay.
Like, it's just when they see that you understand what the role entails, okay, let's go, kind of thing. And so yeah, I started, and it was just fixtures in the store, no product, no employees, nothing. You know, the product was on site, but it was at the hotel. So
okay.
Before I was able to really hire a team, I had to, like, you know, just structure myself, just same way we were doing Burberry or same way we were doing Nordstrom.
Right.
Build out a plan, had a network of who can do what, in terms of like building like a small little ecosystem, whether it's like rolling racks down to like sensormatic machines. I also worked with an assistant consultant as well, that the owner worked with prior to me coming on.
Okay.
Yeah, I started with the inventory and got the team. Actually had I think we had 70 applicants. I worked with some people from the fashion industry in Ghana to say, hey, like, I need to hire people quick, and had quite a few. We had quite a few.
What were most qualified?
I would say 70 of them were eager.
Okay.
Yeah, they were
but
eager.
Not qualified. It's okay if they weren't, because if you had 70.
We had 70. Right? We had sets of like 12, 12, 12, 12, yeah.
Right. If you had 70 and all were qualified, it had to be a hard choice. As opposed to, okay, half of these people are eager but not really qualified, but I have a pool of 25 that I really need to choose from.
Yeah, I think when you say the word qualified, I think there are people that definitely were great in the interview.
Okay.
Like, because I have an HR experience, I can tell a candidate, before I even train them, I can tell who I can work with, and or who would resonate with the company values. I'll say it like that.
Got you.
And I met 5 that week we had interviews. I met 5. It came down to 3, and then it came down to 2. And we just moved forward with that. Started with inventory, getting rolling racks from Spintex, ordering sensormatic machines from South Africa, getting a rep to come up from South Africa to install it. Some of the flooring in the store wasn't to standard, so you know it was an epoxy flooring. Just had to redo the flooring.
Got you.
Worked with the Kempinski in terms of clienteling list, just essentially picking up what I did in at Burberry and plunking it down in Ghana.
What was that experience like? Because, like, you know, I mentioned about you missing Toronto, and you was like, you missed some of the structure. So I'm assuming that opening a luxury brand like Versace in Ghana wasn't as simple, and I could be wrong, as it would be in Canada.
No, because the ecosystem is not, the industry is not, okay, it's here, but it's fertile, it's forming.
Okay.
Right. At the time, I felt like, you know, in Toronto, if I want to pick up rolling racks, or if I want to say, there are agencies that will fit out your store for you.
Got you.
Right.
You can just hire. So is that an opportunity in Ghana?
It's definitely an opportunity in Ghana, and something that I've done after Versace, because, you know, people have seen it on Google or whatever, that, hey, this girl did this small girl did this, so she could do my store. So I think, yeah, like, in terms of fixturing, yes. So if you have a franchise,
right,
the head office will send you the product, you know, once you've purchased it. But if you are, let's say you have a shop in Chasako or something like that, I don't know of an agency in Ghana that will say, okay, you want to bring in this retailer, we have this product, authentic, you know, product from Italy or wherever it is. There are no agencies like that, to my knowledge.
Okay.
So, you know, it's a matter of, like, going to Spintex to get this and to get this, and it came together.
You know, so I don't own any Versace pieces, right? And I'm not a label name brand kind of guy. Like, I like my tailor to measure me and make clothes.
You like quality, yeah, bespoke.
Quality, yeah. Yep. And I think probably, but I know Versace is it's a big name, right? It's a big name in luxury brands. Talk a little bit about Versace in Ghana specifically as a brand and the kind of customers. Was it mainly people who stayed at the Kempinski who shopped? Was it native Ghanaians? And then just give us a little summary of, as a matter of fact, let me do this.
Okay.
We're going to take a break.
Okay.
And then when we come back, we'll pick up. Okay? Okay. We'll be right back with Viola Lavi on Diaspora Link. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much, other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. We are back here on Diaspora Link with our guest for this episode, Viola Lavi. We're going to continue our conversation about her work with luxury and Versace in Ghana, and then move on to what I really want to talk about is what she's currently doing in the North. Viola, okay, so Versace. So Versace, Galleria, luxury in Ghana. Your take.
Okay, so I think there are many forms of luxury, and I think whether it was COVID, but there is a democratization of luxury.
Okay.
Right? And so the luxury that I went to school and learned and was raised with is very much a capitalistic form of luxury, where it's like customer service and where it's about making money, right? Like at Nordstrom, we had a Celine department, and there was a handbag for a Python handbag for $30,000, right? And so I think sometimes a lot of
excuse me, a Python
handbag.
Was it like an albino virgin python from the
I remember the colors.
Australian mountains? Like, was it something? This is one of a kind? Did they kill the only one?
There were 3 in Canada.
Okay.
Right? And so we were one of the stores. Wow. The location I was at, Yorkdale Mall, was one of the stores I got it, and Vancouver got 2, because Vancouver has a
$30,000 US dollars. That's a lot of money.
Canadian dollars.
Okay, 30,000 Canadian. That's still a lot of money.
It's still a lot of money, yeah. And so, like, when you were raised with that type of luxury, you think, or you equate luxury with something being expensive. In Ghana, it's the purity of, or it's the connectivity to the artisanship of making something by hand, right?
Which is luxury.
It is luxury. It is luxury because, let's say, Jean Baptiste or Dries Van Noort, these are designers in Europe. They also have tailors and ateliers that work with their hand. But because there's a capitalistic structure around them, and because I think there's a proximity to whiteness, people think, oh my God, this is luxury, right? But
I was going to ask that.
But there's luxury in Ghana. And I don't necessarily mean eco-luxury. I mean there's luxury that is equitable and equal to the luxury that you find in Europe. It's just that there's their system that we're operating in terms of this formal structure of supply chain management, right? In Ghana, we don't have supply chain management. If I'm struggling to find rolling racks and Spintex, and I have to fly in somebody, well, the store has to fly in somebody from South Africa for a Sensormatic machine, that is not an ecosystem, right? But in Europe, in Canada, US, yes, you have those systems.
It's all there.
And I think it's also that whether it's Black people or African people, we haven't given language to what we do, right? In terms of this word luxury. So I have a friend who owns New Afropolitan, Jewel Arthur, mutual friend. And
shouts out to Jewel.
Yes, yes. And what she does, she works with artisans as well in terms of hand-carved tables. And all of these things are luxury.
Right.
And I think because of where it is geographically, people undermine it. And sometimes we undermine our own art because, again, we don't work with price points.
But you said something that was so key. And that is that luxury, most oftentimes, even with us, is defined by its proximity to whiteness. I'm going to steal that concept because we sometimes also have to, I guess, decolonize our own minds, right? Because most of us were so if you grew up and you didn't grow up in a rich household or wealthy household, when you saw luxury, you saw white people. You didn't see luxury with Black people.
Yeah.
Right?
Whether it's someone walking on the street and she had
And we didn't define luxury by things just being made by hand, because if that was the case, we all grew up luxury because our parents.
Yeah, and it's biblical.
Right.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So that's so what do you think needs to happen?
I think for sure, even before I moved to Ghana, sometimes when I would just come to Ghana for fashion events and kind of dip out, I would meet people and people say, I would love for my product to be in, I think at that time I was working, I can't remember who I was working for at that time, but they were like, I would love for you to help me get my product over into Canada, right? Help me pitch to a buyer type of thing. And I would say, why do you think that coming to Canada it means success, right? And then I would rewind that and say, okay, so do you have distribution in line? Like, how would you get the product there? Oh, I don't know, right? Okay, so how long does it take for you? What is your lead time for maybe 60,000 units? Oh, I don't know, right? The system, that structure is not ours, right? So I think if we're gonna, because we are in this global fashion ecosystem, we have to learn it.
We have to learn that system, whether it's ours or not.
Yeah,
right.
We need continual education. Even myself, I've worked in the industry. I went to school for fashion almost 15 years ago. I think I'm aging myself, but almost 15 years ago I went to school, and I'm even relearning because the system, the industry has changed since I went to school. The industry has changed since I worked for all these companies back in Toronto. I think we need to. I know I hate to say it like this, but I think we need to. It's not learning the white man's way. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
But we need to learn how the system works.
But it's a global system, right? It's a global market, And if you're interested in selling to a market that can afford your product, that you want to price at a certain level, and you want to have it in Nordstrom, and you have to be able to supply 60,000 units or whatever because Nordstrom likes it and they want to put it there, then you have to learn that system.
And even if you don't want to onboard in a department store, even if you want to have a distribution center in New York or something, so you have a drop box, not a drop box,
a drop site.
a cross dock, right?
Okay.
Where your product hits on that country and then it's shipped. You need to understand the way the system works, right? You need to understand supply chain management. So whether it's YouTube or whether it's a Parsons course or whether it's asking a funder or whatever it is, you've got to find a way.
We need to figure that out here.
Yeah. We need to figure it out here and make our own, but make it African, right? So whether it's in Ghana, whether it's in Nigeria, whether it's in not South Africa, but whether it's in maybe a Black African country, we need to figure out our own.
You know, I smiled when you said that because I started thinking about the African Free Trade Agreement, and I'm like, with this agreement, we should be making millionaires and billionaires in Africa by selling and creating products and services to other Africans.
We should. Operative word.
We should. We should. Last question about this. As somebody who works in this field, I consider you an expert, right? Why? Because you get it. You talk about it. You know it. When, like, I just learned something. Was it cross-docking, you said? I didn't know that till now. But I heard it, and now I'm going to use it with somebody else, and I'm going to sound real smart, right? I'm like, well, if you don't understand cross-docking, then you don't really need to be in this business. But what do we need to do for us as people to begin to switch our minds around so that we begin to redefine what luxury is?
I don't think we need to redefine it. I think we just need to share what we do already. What we do already is luxury. I think we need to understand. I think what I do with Versace, like I had a great young lady that worked for us and worked with the store, and you know, she went to school in at Radford. It's a university in Legon, fashion university, and she gets it, right? And so I think once you're able to download information into a young person, they continue it, right? But I also think the education system in Ghana, in terms of fashion schools, we need to teach the difference between fashion and retail. Retail is the engine that drives product, right? And I think people just we put it all together and then we don't scale because we don't understand retail. Retail is the supply chain management, and it can be done on the continent. And with this Africa Free Trade Agreement, like I hope that one day it'll involve the creative industries, because a lot of the women and men, a lot of the continent is informal trade in the creative industries, right? And I'm not saying we have to, what's the word? I don't want to say professionalize, because that's not even a word.
Standardize?
Standardize. We can leverage, and it's with partnership. It's also with diaspora partnership as well. We can leverage what is existing. Whether it's somebody, you know, making this flag
we don't have to redefine it. We don't have to change it.
It's there already. We just have to give it language and document it, create data, obviously, because that's when investment comes in. If I'm an investor in Toronto or Silicon, wherever the heck I am, and I don't see that this is actually viable because there's no data to back it up. I'm not going to invest in it.
It has to be data.
It has to be investment for sure. In consortiums and all that.
So this actually, I believe, is a perfect segue, because as you started to say that, I was like, this is what she's doing in the North. She's creating this. She is the change that she wants to be. So let's talk a little bit about your work now with Woven. Tell everybody what Woven is and exactly what do you do with Woven.
So Woven is a socially conscious home goods brand. I work with artisans in Bolgatanga, and we create baskets. We create woven items for interior spaces. So primarily, I think my favorite part of Woven is our custom design service. You know, so it could be anything from a museum to yourself to a retail store saying, hey, you know, I need these units. And we work with artisans in terms of product development and specs, and again, showing them what the world, how their customer is outside, and that's something as literal as, let's say a basket is 10 by 15 in terms of 10 base, 10 high, and let's say an artisan says, oh, scrap it, I'm just going to do 20 inches by 20 inches. first of all, I won't pay for the basket. In the beginning, I wouldn't pay for the basket because I need them to understand that you're disrupting a client's order because her shelf space is maybe 20 by 20. So you have gone and done your own measurement. And so I can't sell it to the person. So that means I have to absorb the cost. A woman has to absorb the cost. Right. And so, yeah, we work with artisans. I don't think Ghana understands the potential of what we could do with in Bolgatanga alone. Even the North alone, from like Shea to textiles to Wa and all the beautiful things that are happening there. We can commercialize what is normal for us and give it value.
You know what?
So when these
go ahead. No,
go ahead.
No, because
I was gonna say sometimes with white. Sometimes in my space, in the handcraft space, you know, because we don't value our own, maybe I don't want to say white person, but a person who is not black can maybe have this business and they'll get crazy investment because it's like a savior complex. We are saving Africans, right? To me, it's just business. Like,
right.
It's a mindset shift that needs to happen, and you know, we worked with
somebody else could come go to Bolgatanga, meet some weavers or meet some people, and let's say that person is non-black or non-African.
It's much more attractive.
Right. Do a one-pager and say, you know, I need $1 million investment to help these poor women in this village use their art craft and take it worldwide, and somebody will throw money at them simply because it's a humanitarian effort.
It looks like
it looks like a humanitarian effort, as opposed to somebody coming in and working with people to help them create a viable business.
It's kind of like how sometimes celebrities come to Africa, or anyone comes to Africa. Hear me out.
No, I'm with you. I probably agree with you.
Yeah, and maybe they built a school. The school is not the impact. It's the curriculum that should be the impact. Right? Because the school is infrastructure. Just like we have Kotoka, it's a beautiful airport. But, you know, day 2 of the airport, it was filthy, right? Because there's no garbage.
You can say that out loud. It was filthy.
It was.
Clean up.
We didn't think about the garbage cans. Like, you know, it's just pretty infrastructure, but it's the core, it's the SOP, it's the structure of the internal company that matters.
Right.
And so we Woven also works with other companies who are not necessarily in the basket space. So we build CSR programs for for-profit companies. And they, and they have nothing to do.
I didn't know. See, I told you I was going to learn something new.
They have nothing to do with basketry, but it's in the north, and obviously I have data on what works in terms of training, and we build capacity in different areas, either for nonprofits, but usually for-profit organizations.
I have to talk to you.
Okay.
This is fine for the interview. Listen, we're friends in real life, so I'm learning from her right now, and we have to talk about something I just learned about in this interview. So, okay, no, that's okay. So, one of the things I love about Woven, outside of the quality of the products,
thank you,
and your creativity, is, as I mentioned to you, I love the way you present the products, and I love the way you present the artisans. Like, for me, it really shows in your photos and in the way that you present the work, that you respect them as human beings, and you don't get that a lot. Like when you mention about the stars who come here, or the Hollywood people, whatever, it's always like you come and I'm just waiting for the picture with the lady in the market with your outfit, and it's just like, look at these fresh mangoes. You know what I'm saying? But I love the way you present it. Can you talk to us about some of the other work you do? Because I know you do training, and how many women are you working with? Give us some data on kind of some of the impact that Woven is having.
Yeah, so we work with, predominantly it was 200 in the very beginning, so this is 2 years ago in the very beginning. During COVID, we worked with Scale Up Africa.
Okay.
Their consortium here in Ghana. Do you know?
That's a homie.
Okay. And she worked with Woven to facilitate a capacity building training for 70 artisans, 70 women in the north during burial season. So I wasn't too sure about the timing, because you know the women sometimes can't stay throughout the day because it's burial season and women are behind. You know, the funeral process.
Burial season.
Yeah, kind of like what happened with me and my dad. Like, And so we worked with them to train them with capacity building in terms of quality control, quality assurance, microfinancing, because you know it's not like Susu is familiar,
right?
But you know, we want to help these women I don't want to necessarily scale. I wouldn't say scale because scale is much later, but just help them to improve their profits, right? And so the women reinvest their profits from basket sales into the home, into their children, and maybe the men are in the South, maybe the men are in Accra. We have we work with artisans who we work with the husband in Accra and the wife in Bogatanga. Because he's in the city, maybe weaving during the day, but maybe having a maintenance job overnight, right? And he's sending that money back home.
For them to continue. Okay.
Yeah, and so we work with other companies, not necessarily in basketry, but to provide that training. And we also worked with Google Will. Google has a foundation called Women's Will. Okay. And so we work with the weavers that are 25 and under because they speak English and the training was in English. Okay. Just in terms of like positive self-affirmation statements, in terms of, you know, I'm the best weaver, or just even being able to speak up. You know, when you're sitting, don't sit like this, like speak up and to be present. And so it was great because they've like some of the artisans have never heard of Google, or they've never even engaged or had that type of experience. And so I was like, yeah, madam, you have to come back. You have to come back. And so I work with them in terms of microfinancing, but I don't give money. I give straw, and it's for our orders. Yeah, it's easier to track because I know that you haven't used the money for something else. Because that's what happens. But
you give straw for your orders, but they get paid for producing the orders.
Yes. Yes.
Nice. So because that's a great model.
Because traditionally microfinancing is cash, right? And so I find sometimes if you give cash, they may use it for something else, and I don't get my order.
Right.
And then the customer on the other end is like, Viola, you're unprofessional, right? But it's not me. It's the supply chain. It's culture. It's, you know. Anyway. And so, yeah, it's been wild, and you know, with this.
So now you're at like 270, 300. How many?
270.
You're at 270 now. And that's a lot of people. How do you...
Yeah, so each group, like some women are really, really great with single weave. Like there are two types of weave. Some women are really great with double weave. Double weave is usually the more expensive product. That's usually the high-end product. You're going to see it in like Loewe. You'll see it in, I believe Vivian Westwood also did. Anything that's high-end, it's a skinnier weave, and so it's lighter, and so it like the shapes can be wavy and really, really cool. Single weave is usually laundry basket, something that needs something that requires much structure if it's going to be carrying something. And then there are also things like hats. Like if it's a custom order, someone says, hey, Viola, or hey, woman, we need.
The one thing I saw that I was like, this girl is smart. This woman is smart. It was like the glass holders.
Oh, yeah.
The custom glass holders. You know what? I'm about to put in another order for something. I'm going to put in another order for something. Yeah. Viola, we are running out of time, but before we leave, as a native Ghanaian who grew up in the Ghanaian and African diaspora and who has decided to come home and decided to stay, regardless of how and what circumstance, leave us with some advice for Ghanaians abroad in terms of how they can make an impact here, and for non-Ghanaians, non-African born Africans abroad since the year of return, people coming. What advice specifically would you give for people coming for business?
Oh, for business, okay.
Give us like one gem, one Viola nugget that you can leave us with.
For business, I think it matters on the sector, but I do think training is important, because I think when I came in, or when anyone comes in to start a business, you're going to expect that the staff, or that the team will know what the team where you're coming from would know. And these are like everyday things about punctuality, or these are like small little things that do make a difference. I think you need to invest in training for sure, and hiring a recruitment firm. I've worked with someone, Maureen from Bawoni Consults. She's amazing. Amazing. So I do think you need to work with someone who understands the people you want to work with. Whether you're a Ghanaian or not. It doesn't
but
matter.
somebody on the ground who knows what that recruiting pool looks like and knows how it works.
Yeah, because otherwise there's going to be disconnect. You're going to waste resources. You're going to waste payroll because you're not going to get the result you wanted.
Right.
Because you haven't taken the time to understand the way your staff thinks or moves or behaves.
That's a good piece of advice. So training and invest in HR.
Culturally relevant training.
Culturally relevant training.
Yes, for sure.
Invest in HR.
Yeah, because what works in Manhattan is not going to work here. It just doesn't. And it shouldn't, because Ghana is not Manhattan.
Right,
Accra is not Manhattan.
It's a different place.
Yeah.
Viola, I am a big fan of yours. I'm a supporter from far and near, as you know sometimes. And I just really look forward to seeing Woven grow. Like I'm one of those people that when I open a magazine to see Woven, I'm gonna be really, really happy for you, just because I feel like you deserve it. Again, I love the way you treat all of your people like human beings, and you present them in their full humanity. And I just believe you're fair and you're a dope artist. So thank you for joining us on this episode.
Thank you for having me.
We want to thank our guest for this episode, Miss Viola Labby. Make sure you check out Woven, and we'll see you next time. Thank you for joining us for another episode of Diaspora Link, here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I'm your host, as always, Diallo Sumbri. We really hope you appreciated and enjoyed this interview and conversation with Miss Viola Labby as much as I did. And as always, we'll leave you with some proverbial wisdom from our ancestors in the form of a proverb. Today's proverb is, "It is no disgrace at all to work for money." Thank you. We'll see you next episode.
My colleagues, is that you need to develop the appetite and the habit to learn. There's a belief that we don't stop learning until we are dead and gone. If there's one advice you need to pick from this gathering, it is the need for you not to stop learning. I'll use somebody as an example. Some weeks ago, there's this footballer called Lai, walked into my offices. Lai Kingston. Lai, be up and stand, please. Lai, I am proud of what you have achieved. So Lai is somebody I know very well, because when he was playing for the U17 of Ghana, I was a practicing journalist. And I used to visit their hotel all the time looking for opportunities to interview. At that time, this gentleman didn't know how to use a computer. Lai Bimali. So I'm not lying.
From Bukom.
From Bukom. But beyond his footballing career, he decided to pursue a career in coaching. And Lai realized that, look, to be a coach in our times, you need to be computer literate. What did he do? He looked for opportunities to educate himself. When Lai walked through the door into my office, he had a laptop. I was like, Charlie, this guy, mini borner. I'm wild. Can we give it to him, please? Please. Lai, I started Lai to serve as a motivation to all of you who want to venture into coaching. Education is key. If you don't educate yourself, you cannot be a good coach. If you don't educate yourself well, you cannot be a top coach. And if you are not a top coach, you cannot work for Ghana. Sorry, that's the truth. We shouldn't stop educating ourselves until the Almighty God has taken all of us away. When you educate yourself, we, led by my good self, will open the doors for you. Believe me, if you are good, you are good. Kosha, Usha. Wasa. But if you are good, you will have the opportunity.
It took us a lot of efforts to turn the brain drain into brain gain. And we got a lot of our professionals, including in the health sector, to come back home. It was very deliberate policy of government. And people were even sent out to search for good brains and experts to come back home. And that is how Dr. Frimpong Boateng and co were brought back to Ghana, and then the cardio center was established for them to operate. I was a minister for health before, and we did that, and Ghanaians were coming in their numbers. We had a lot of them. They are not only gone back, but even the young ones we are training, they are gone. Since my visit to a number of countries, some have found time to meet me and to complain about why they are leaving. The doctors and the health personnel are trained to save lives. They are not trained to sit down helplessly and see people just die in their hands. You know the effect on them? Every day you know I can save this life, but because of just lack of oxygen. And it just happened, is it last week or last 2 weeks, when one of our former members died like that at Kulubu Hospital because the oxygen got finished. You know? Yeah, so some of those things is really affecting the health personnel, and they think that no, I can't continue this way because you are shortening your own life. And for the lack of these tools and also the conditions of service, they are compelled to find greener pastures somewhere. And some go there to train, and then they see what is over there, and they come. Ghana, we are lucky. We are ahead of a number of countries in Africa when it comes to the health sector. We are actually ahead in terms of personnel and in terms of infrastructure and logistics. And they are looking up to Ghana. And what we simply need is just to invest in that. You know, sometimes when I see us spending so much money on the civil works, my heart bleeds. That's not where the focus should be. The focus should be the working tools and the condition of service of the workers. And they will attract in to become a tourist center, health tourist center, like Dubai is now. Americans come to Dubai for treatment. People from UK, from all over the world, they come there because they just identify that as a better gold than what we have and invested in it.